Good morning, everyone. We're on the record. Good morning, everyone. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2576 of the Open Meetings Act, I am welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. This meeting has been conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies during the public health emergency. Pursuant to this guidance, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the district's central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting is being hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically pursuant to Mayor's Order 2020-054. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Jenny Henson.
Jenny Hansen, present.
Mr. Ed Grandis.
Edward Grandis, present.
The board has 5 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 2 cases scheduled for today. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for our IT specialist to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for this concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature or email simone.andrews2@dc.gov. Prior to calling our first case today, yesterday during the board's public meeting, I stated that the show cause hearing for Universal Liquors, which is ABRA 0207221 and Angelo Ristorante Italiana ABRA license 109417. I stated that those 2 cases would be held on August 4th. I'm now correcting the record to make clear that these 2 show cause hearings are now scheduled for July 21st, 2021. So those 2 cases are now scheduled for July 21st, 2021, rather than August 4th. So I'm clarifying the record with that. All right. Our first case today is a fact-finding hearing, case number 21-251-00009, assets, license number 113585. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Sure, stand by. Mr. Puente, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Bianco, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Scratch, your rights have been elevated. And Mr. Schaefer, your rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Schaefer and Lieutenant Pongratz, if you do have a camera, please, can you please, since you're, can you please open your camera, please? Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I would like to welcome to our hearing this morning. I would like all the parties to identify themselves for the record. State and spell your name, please. I will start with the investigator.
Kevin Puente, KEVIN PUENTE.
And where are you employed, Mr. Puente?
The Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration.
Thank you. I just want to, moving forward, if you're not speaking, please mute your microphone. I can hear some noise in the background. So if you're not speaking, please mute your microphone. Mr. Bianco, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Richard Bianco, BIANCO, on behalf of the applicant. I'm sorry, the licensee.
Good morning, Mr. Bianco. Is your client here today? Who's your client, sir?
He is Jeff Schaefer. He is present.
Mr. Schaefer, good morning. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Jeffrey Schaefer, SCHAEFFER.
And what's your relationship to the establishment, sir?
Owner.
Good morning, thank you. Lieutenant, can you please state and spell your name for the record, please?
Yes, Lieutenant John Pongratz, Metropolitan Police Department. Last name is PONGRATZ.
Good morning, thank you. Welcome everyone for being here. All right. This is Assets ABRA license number 113585, located at 1805 Connecticut Avenue Northwest. This matter comes before the board for a fact-finding hearing at the request of the Chief of Police in a letter dated June 5th, 2021. Specifically, MPD raised concerns regarding an incident that occurred at Assets in the early morning hours of June 5th, 2021, when they responded to reports of gunfire. Upon their arrival, MPD found a victim with a gunshot wound to the leg. There is also an allegation that Assets failed to call 911 and did not properly eject the patrons from the establishment. Without going into great detail, it appears that the licensee may not have handled the incident in a manner that would have ensured public safety for its employees or members of the public. This incident resulted in investigative report number 2021-251-0009, which is the subject of today's fact-finding hearing. The board will first hear from Investigator Kevin Puente, who handled the investigation and authored the report, followed by Lieutenant John Pongratz, who is represented MPD. Counsel for Assets is welcome to ask questions of the board's witnesses and then may present any witnesses they have with them who will be subject to questioning from the board. So is everyone aware of the process and procedure that will be followed today?
Yes, the licensee is.
And I just want, I believe that you have also informed your client, Mr. Bianco, that this is a fact-finding information. No one is under oath here. We will not be sworn in witnesses, and this is just the board gathering information. At the end of this hearing, the board will take this matter under advisement, and we will determine whether or not what further action, if any, will be taken. But this is just an informal information gathering procedure. And again, it's based on the request from MPD that we have a fact-finding hearing regarding this matter, okay? All right, so if anyone has any questions, before we start, any questions by any other parties? No? All right. So we'll start with Mr. Puente, please.
Yes, sir. So on Saturday, June 5th at approximately 2:40, MPD responded to a report of gunshots from their shot spotter system. Upon arrival, they encountered a victim inside of 1805 Connecticut Avenue, known as Assets, suffering from multiple gunshot wounds to the leg. Officers applied a tourniquet and the victim was transported to Howard Hospital by DC Fire. At approximately 3 o'clock, ABRA Supervisor Investigator Jason Prue received a phone call from the MPD Command Information Center regarding the shooting. At 3:15 a.m., myself, SI Jason Peru, and Admiral Investigator Roto Glasgow responded to assets. We met with Lieutenant Pongratz outside. He advised us that an altercation started inside the establishment, and the suspects and the victims were escorted outside. At one point, the altercation continued outside on Connecticut Avenue, and one of the individuals went to his car, retrieved a firearm, and returned and started shooting. One male who had just exited, who was not involved in the altercation, was shot in the leg. Myself, SI Peru, and Investigator Glasgow, we went upstairs and met with Detective Wilfred Yalfo and reviewed the surveillance system with him. We observed the video that at 2:39, security from inside who were in all black, nothing identifiable on their clothes, saying they were security, escort the individuals outside. There was 2 security guards outside wearing identifiable clothes who are employed by American Protection Pros. The individuals walked down Connecticut Avenue. The altercation is observed on camera. They're still fighting on Connecticut Avenue. At one point, the suspect went to his car on Florida Avenue, retrieved the firearm, and walked back and started shooting into the crowd on Connecticut Avenue. The victim crawled into assets and they shut the door. We observed on surveillance video while at the establishment that night, there was an altercation inside. Security was able to get the victims separated, but they ejected them outside the front door of assets, and that's when the altercation continued. Investigator Glasgow interviewed Mr. Howerton, one of the security guards inside. Mr. Howerton advised us that it was his first night of work at the establishment. He observed the altercation. He immediately grabbed the individual and took him outside. I met with Mr. Schaefer. I advised him that we need surveillance video. He provided it to us the next day via OneDrive. We observed on the OneDrive that the inside cameras were not playing. I contacted Mr. Schaefer, who put me in touch with his technician, Ariel Amata. Mr. Amata advised me that the files were corrupted from inside, and he was working with the company GeoVision to try and restore it. I advised SI Peru of this. We contacted Mr. Schaefer again, and he put us in touch with Mr. Amata, and he provided us documents from GeoVision saying that due to assets having a lot of their cameras on one hard drive, it caused the hard drive to crash because the cameras are 360 and that requires more data output. Mr. Schaefer went ahead and placed an order for more hard drives, and they were due to arrive at the establishment on Monday, June 14th, and had those set up. As I was reviewing the outside camera, more of this incident, at approximately 2:43 after the initial shooting, and after the victim crawled inside, an unidentified male from inside of assets comes outside the front door brandishing a firearm. He walks around on Florida Avenue, Connecticut. He walks back to the establishment, knocks on the door, and someone lets him in, and they shut the door. I had the surveillance video, Chairman, if you want me to play that.
Yes, please, please go ahead. And Ms. Andrews, can you please give Mr. Puente the ability to share his screen, please?
Sure, stand by. Okay, Mr. Puente, you have the right to share your screen now.
Okay, so the first video is the front door of establishments. Up here on the top left, you'll see the 2 security guards wearing the black t-shirts with the badge logo, as American Protection Pros. The bottom left camera over here is Connecticut Avenue, and the bottom right is the Florida Avenue side of the establishment. So the security guards hear the commotion. Here's one of the suspects that was involved in the shooting. This is Mr. Howerton, the security guard escorting out one of the people, and another security guard right here. They come over here on Connecticut Avenue, and you'll see the group started to kind of fight in the street over here. And they're engaging in the altercation over here. And you'll notice the suspect up here walking past the front door. He's over here on Florida Avenue. He's walking to his car to retrieve the firearm, which is parked about a block down from the establishment.
Mr. Pointed, I'm looking at, there are 4 things on the screen.
Mhm.
So which one am I looking at?
So the top left is the front door camera, which has the security guards right here standing.
Okay,
The bottom right camera is the Florida Avenue side of the building, which
okay,
will show the suspect walking to his car to get the firearm.
okay, fine, thanks.
So in a few seconds, you'll see the suspect reemerge on the right camera over here, walking back towards the establishment. Here's the security guard's top left, Mr. Howerton and the other security guard inside. They go back inside. And here's the victim walking out right here, this male. He walks out with 2 females. And just right here, you'll see the suspect starting to reemerge in the top left camera of the front door. He's right here, about to walk past the security guards. And he starts firing into the crowd. And the suspect, he goes back to his car and drives away from the area. This second video is shortly after the shooting at 2:43. Which will show the individual coming from inside of assets already brandishing a firearm. The gun is in his right hand, and you'll see it. I reached out to MPD Security Office Management Bureau, and they advised me that there is no licensed SPOs that are assigned to assets currently. And if there was, they would be required to wear a full uniform with a noticeable badge and logo saying that they're security officers. He walks back to the front door, gun in his hand still, knocks on the door, and he goes back inside. And he shuts the door behind him. It should be noted, I monitored the establishment this past weekend on Saturday, and I observed this male was outside. He walked into the establishment without being searched or anything at approximately 12:30 in the morning, and he went inside. I did confirm with MPD that on June 11th, the establishment did request RDO services, and they have been working the past 2 weeks at the establishment. That's all, Chairman.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Mr. Puente. I'm been doing too many things at one time. What was the last thing you just stated?
I was advised by MPD that the establishment has requested RDO services, and they started on June 11th, and they're working Friday and Saturdays at the establishment.
Now, you had stated that I think you had stated that you had returned to the establishment, and did you see the suspect with a gun, or tell me? That's the part I
This individual that was that came out after the shooting, I observed him walking into the establishment on Saturday night, this past Saturday night. I took video of it. He's right here, walking right in, right past security, right there, and he's not searched or stopped. So I'm assuming he's known to the establishment.
So did you talk to anyone at the establishment about him? Is he part of their security staff? Is he a guest? Do you have any idea who he is?
No, not yet. I spoke with Lieutenant Dowling from MPD, the head of the detectives. He says they're investigating that individual to see who he is. They believe they have his identity.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Puente. Does any members of the board have any questions for Mr. Puente?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Investigator Puente, thank you for an excellent report and thank you for letting us ID the victims and other persons involved, security. Excellent report, and thank you for bringing this case to us, the ABC board, this morning. And again, it's our job as board members, I believe, at least I as an individual board member, think that security in these night clubs or night entertainment venues should have security that is up to the task. I would like to ask you, how many years have you been with Barbara?
6 years, sir.
6 years. And in your 6 years, have you seen anything like this that occurred at Assets on Saturday, June 5th?
No, sir.
Have you seen or heard of any security persons who don't identify themselves or don't have security written somewhere on their front or back or side or somewhere on their person that if I'm a patron of this establishment, I would know who security is other than just a black shirt?
Oh, yes, sir. Usually I see a lot of the bigger nightclubs and these adult nude taverns have staff that have security on their shirts or something to identify them as security.
And does that seem to help a little better than just having persons with no identity on them and issues like a person walking in and out of an establishment with a pistol in their hand on the streets of the District of Columbia?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Puente, that's all the questions I have for you at this particular time. And I do thank you again for an excellent report. And I, as a board member, are taking special note of this establishment and your excellent reporting on the incident on Saturday, June 5th, 2021. Again, I do thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions by the board members?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Grandis, go ahead, please.
Good morning, investigator. We
Morning.
want to thank you. We want to thank you for your participation, and we want to thank you for your excellent report and presenting it to the board. The second video, if I understood what I could visually see, and if I understood what you were explaining to the board, that the particular person who had the firearm was clearly visible, and he walked back into the establishment with the visible firearm in his hand.
Yes, sir. I reviewed surveillance video from 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. and I do not see that individual coming inside prior to the shooting occurring outside. As well, he does not enter the establishment after the shooting. So he was definitely inside the establishment prior to the shooting occurring outside.
But with the gun in his possession?
Yes, he definitely had the gun in possession. I received another camera from Mr. Amata, which is a distant bar camera from inside the establishment. That was the only one working. And you see this individual after the shooting, he's running from the far end of the establishment near the stairs, and you see him kind of pulling the gun out as he's running to the front door.
And from your reviewing that video, would it be fair to say that others would have seen him, whoever in that vicinity, with his gun in his hands?
Yes, the gun was definitely visible as he was at the front door. When I reviewed the body-worn camera from MPD when the officers arrived, he already had placed the gun back into his holster under his shirt and covered the gun up.
Who had a holster?
This individual, he had a holster on his waist.
And perhaps this is a question for MPD, but has ABRA inspectors had discussions with MPD regarding the second video, which clearly shows that the suspect had the weapon visible on him as he entered the establishment?
Yes, I spoke with Lieutenant Dowling and Commander Bedline of the 2nd District. They both advised me that is not an MPD officer, and all MPD officers who do or who are assigned to work, they have to be in uniform and get approval for the RDO program. So they don't know who this individual is. They're trying to identify him.
Okay. And in situations like this, does either MPD or our inspectors make a request that there be a 48-hour closure of the establishment because of lack of safety to the public or lack of safety to the employees?
Also, ABRA investigators can't make the request for a closure. It has to come from the MPD chief of police.
And was that discussed?
Yes, on that night it was discussed, but it was determined that a fact finding would be more suitable.
That was a decision by MPD.
Yes.
And I think we'll be hearing from MPD today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to thank you for your excellent testimony and for your good work for the agency. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions by any of the board members? I hear none. Mr. Bianco, do you have any questions of the investigator?
I do. Good morning, investigator. How are you this morning?
Pretty good yourself. Good morning.
Good. I have just a few questions for you, and they're mostly clarifying questions. So you mentioned in your testimony that the establishment got RDO in place on June the 11th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did MPD tell you that the RDO was requested on May 27th, but not provided until June 11th?
No, they did not.
Okay. So I want to talk about this individual with the firearm that is shown in the second video that you've shown. Are you familiar with MPD Sergeant retired Ray Middleton? He worked in the area for about 31 years.
I am not, sir.
Okay. So you're not able to say whether or not that is Mr. Middleton?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Did you ask my client or anybody who works for my client who that individual was?
No.
And do you know whether or not that person is employed as a security consultant for my client?
No, I was advised by Detective Yolfo that we were only given the 4 security guards that were identified to us that night.
Okay, thank you. So I want to talk about for a few minutes the video that you showed. So you showed video outside, and I believe it was your testimony that the video inside you were not able to get copies of because the hard drive was corrupted and you had the back and forth with the camera contractor. That's correct? That's pretty much how it went?
Yes.
But on the evening that the incident occurred, and I just want to make sure this is clear to the board, you were able to see all of the cameras when you were actually sitting there and watching the incident unfold, right?
Yes, we were.
So you saw what happened on the internal cameras. You just weren't able to get a copy of that later on.
Yes.
Okay. And as I was watching the video, or as you were showing the video, it looked to me like Mr. Howerton, who is the security guard that had the individual in a bear hug and was escorting him out. It looks like he walked him around the corner to the Connecticut Avenue side of the building, correct?
Yes.
And that was while he had him restrained, right?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's all I have, investigator. Thank you very much for your testimony. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Does anyone have any follow-up questions to the investigator? Mr. Puente, again, how long have you been working for the agency?
6 years.
Now, have you, I think the allegation that's been made by Mr. Bianco is that the security guard might have been a retired MPD officer. Is this something that's familiar with you in the sense that have you ran into other security at other establishments where there are someone similar to this person who who has a gun and there are no identifying clothing on them to identify who they are?
No, sir, not in my 6 years. I don't know MPD's policies for retired officers, but I do know in the District of Columbia, if you have a concealed weapon permit, you're not allowed to carry a gun inside of an establishment that sells, serves, or allows the consumption of alcohol.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Puente. I don't have any further questions for you. Stay tuned. I'm gonna have the lieutenant. Good morning, Lieutenant Pondergrants. Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. I know that this is a report that was, I'm sorry, this was a fact-finding request that was made by the Chief of Police. So what can you share regarding this case to us, this incident to us, and maybe you can shed some light, as I think one of the questions that was asked by Mr. by Mr. Grandis regarding why the Chief of Police didn't do a closure. Maybe you can provide some background information about what happened from the police's perspective, and next steps, please.
Yeah. So when I spoke with the commander that night, we felt at the time that we would just do a fact-finding letter. We were unsure of how Chief Conti was going to proceed with the fact-finding or a club closure. So we just decided on the fact-finding and to allow the ABC board to determine what course of action they were going to take in reference to assets.
Now, from your investigation, not in the sense, but what happened at this establishment? Just from not the background, but what happened from the MPD's perspective?
From our perspective, there was an argument inside. The suspect was then escorted out of the establishment. He was then taken on the Connecticut Avenue side, where he was released. Apparently, he was continuing to argue with some of the other people outside. A fight ensued, and during that fight, he lost his shirt. The security from assets then broke up that fight, and then our suspect then walked back up Connecticut Avenue onto the Florida Avenue side, where he returned a short time later with a firearm and started shooting, as you saw in the video, in front of the establishment. We recovered 4 shell casings on scene. We know the victim was shot one time in the upper left thigh. It was a through and through shot, through and through gunshot wound. And then he was transported to an area hospital. The individual with the firearm that came out of the establishment after the shooting, he is in fact a retired MPD sergeant from the 1st District. I can't remember his name, but he's a customer. He doesn't work security there. And I confirmed this with one of the other investigating detectives, Detective Hector, who's actually handling the case. And as far as firearms go, that's really up to the establishment. I mean, the sergeant is allowed to carry a firearm in the District of Columbia. If he's going on private property, that's really up to the establishment whether or not they're going to let him in. Obviously, they know him. I don't know how often he frequents assets. Ray Middleton sounds familiar, but I know he's a retired sergeant. I just can't remember his name, but I can confirm that and forward that information to Miss Martha Jenkins if need be.
I just want to make sure at least the record is clear in the sense of policy, because I think the board was concerned that here is someone who has a concealed weapon who was walking through an establishment with a gun, and the establishment allowed this person. So you stated that what the person did, he can have, as to the best of your knowledge, he can have a weapon, and it's up to the establishment to allow whether or not they would allow the person in with a weapon. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct. When you're retired, then you're no longer kind of held to our policy and procedure, like for on duty. for on-duty officers and officials, we are not allowed to have our firearms on us if we are going to consume alcoholic beverages or likely to consume. But we do have to have our badge and credentials on us. When it comes to retired MPD personnel, that's not the case. And I think what he was doing is, because of the shooting, he was going out there with his firearm to check to make sure that everything was okay. And like I said, I can't remember his name. Ray Milton sounds familiar, but I do know he is a retired MPD sergeant, and he's a customer, not employed by assets.
All right, thank you. Lieutenant, is there anything else you want to share with the board before we go by, before questions have been asked?
No, Investigator Puente's investigation and what he said was accurate, and there's really not much I would say to change it.
All right. Thank you. All right, any questions by any board members of the lieutenant? Yes, Mr. Short, I know that I can see that you want to ask a question. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning.
Thank you for your service, sir. And
Thank you.
we citizens of the District of Columbia appreciate our Metropolitan Police Department immensely.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Like many other District of Columbia persons who have a concealed carry permit to protect themselves when they're in the street away from their homes. It is your testimony that if I'm a retired MPD person, then that doesn't apply to me about going into a alcohol establishment with a pistol in holster, unidentified, and maybe consuming alcohol, or maybe working where alcohol is being consumed with that pistol?
Well, I mean, he's retired. He can. I mean, if assets did not want him armed inside the establishment, then they have that right to say, no, you cannot be in here. I don't know if he was drinking or not, and that's up to assets. But then he's on private property, and that would be something that assets would have to handle. If it's a off-duty current MPD officer or official, and yeah, then we're governed by that policy procedure. But he's retired, and he is allowed to carry anywhere because of HR 218, an act of Congress, and he is allowed to have it concealed, and it would be up to assets to deny him entrance into the establishment with the concealed firearm.
Okay, you saw the video just like everybody on this meeting saw the video, correct?
Yes.
Now, Ray Middleton, a retired sergeant, I mean, who would know that he's walking on Connecticut Avenue with a pistol in his hand after a shooting? Would you think that's a safe thing to do?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's definitely cause for concern, because our officers come on scene of a shooting and they see an individual out there with a gun. Then yeah, he could be confronted, and that could end up in a lethal situation. Fortunately, it didn't. But I think he was out there at first, just to make sure that the shooter was gone or what was going on. Yeah, it is a dangerous situation to be walking around without any kind of identifying marks. But then again, he does have the right to carry in the District of Columbia, and that's a decision that he made.
Okay, now there were 4 shell casings found on the scene, correct?
Correct.
So one shot went into one of the victims who received a shot to the leg.
Correct.
The other 3, and I'll use the term downrange. Would you explain what downrange is after a shooting?
That means like your background. So we weren't able to find where those the other rounds ended up. In other words, we don't know if they went into another building, to a car, or just further down Connecticut Avenue.
So fortunately, no civilians or no visitors to our nation's capital, because Connecticut Avenue is pretty busy. I don't care what time of day or night it is. And you
Correct.
being in that area, you know that PSA better than a lot of people would know it. And you know also there are a lot of residences very close to that. And then you have the
Yes.
Hilton right across the street. So you're talking about, and a lot of people from the Hilton, I know they walk at night. And I'm a retired MP, retired fire service person. That's the reason why the chairman made a big to do about me wanting to question. So, and in my 33 years with the DC Fire Department, I saw many gunshot wounds, especially. I worked out of engine company number 9. I know you're familiar with that. They had, but anyway, so I worked there back in the 70s. So seeing shootings is something that really still troubles me. And I'm very troubled by this incident, and that 3 bullets are unaccounted for that went downrange, which put in jeopardy anybody who was driving, walking, or even in their own homes in jeopardy. So a reason I'm kind of puzzled by this, and I might as well be honest, I'm disturbed that we have assets with people with guns inside of the premises and walking in front of the premises with a gun, no, unidentified. Because if I'm a citizen walking down the street and I happen to see someone with a gun and already heard their gunshots, and I have a concealed carry myself, and I want to defend myself, then that sergeant would have been right to shoot me, or me shoot the sergeant. I mean, he's walking on Connecticut Avenue with a gun in his right hand. There's just been a shooting. He's unidentified. He's out of uniform, and he's there just standing in the street with a gun in his hand. Would you consider that dangerous?
Yeah, so with the concealed carry comes responsibility, and that retired sergeant felt that he should come outside. He felt the need to pull the gun out of his holster. That's a decision he made. You know, I don't know what assets could have done with as far as what he did. Like I said, he's allowed to carry, and assets allowed him into the establishment armed. And if, like I said, if assets didn't want him armed, then didn't want an armed citizen in their establishment, then they could have denied him, and there's nothing he can do. But like I said, it is a dangerous situation for him to step outside of the establishment armed after shooting with nothing, saying that he's the police. But that's the kind of the responsibility that he takes when he steps out of that establishment with that firearm in his hand. Thank God, you know, when our officers arrived, you know, it didn't escalate. He'd already gone back inside. But that's I don't know what else to say about that.
Okay. For the record, also, I'm very pleased as a board member. I'm just one individual board member, but that RDO has been employed by this establishment assets.
Yes, we have 2 officers. I believe it's Fridays and Saturdays. We call it club overtime. But yes, we do have MPD officers out there now.
Okay. With your knowledge of assets and the operations, how many other nights a week is it crowded, or during holidays when it's not a weekend? Do you think an RDO would be, in light of this incident, just Friday and Saturdays? You think that's adequate, or should there be more nights, or when they have holidays or weekends or extended hours? Do you think that an RDO would serve the city and serve assets in the community around assets more than just 2 days a week, Friday and Saturday, in your professional opinion?
Yeah, I think it would help. I mean, to have police officers out front would definitely help any situation from escalating. And they would be there to just not only assist with assets, but also with anybody out front that's trying to get in, to make sure that there's no violence out front, that everything's calm. And that's kind of why we have them. So I would say that every night, but you know, would be good for assets. Absolutely.
Thank you, Lieutenant. I really wanted the board members to hear that because I run into a lot of friction from some who think that we're overburdening persons or businesses when we ask them to have more than 2 nights. But anyway, your professional opinion is on the record, and I do appreciate your honesty and your professionalism. And we do thank you for your service, Lieutenant, and you'll be safe out there.
I will, and thank you. I appreciate it.
That's
Thank
all
you,
I
Mr.
have, Mr.
Short.
Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Are there any other questions by any of the board members? Go
Yes,
ahead, Mr. Grandis.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, first, I would like to just perhaps have you advise all of us that there's a certain decorum that we should be having during these WebEx hearings. If this was in our hearing room, people who are licensees or witnesses would not be getting up and walking around and disturbing the video of this important hearing. So I wish you would just make some kind of statement because I find it very distracting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grandis. I noticed that. Mr. Schaefer, I appreciate the fact that you're here. If you have something else to do, sir, just turn your camera off. That's all I'll ask you. I did ask everyone to put their microphones on mute, but if you have to get up and walk around from the camera, sir, the only thing I'll ask you to do is just turn your camera off, and so when you're able to come back, you can turn it back on. Okay, that's all. Thank you, Mr. Grandis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to have a couple questions for the MPD, if that's okay.
Yes, sir. Ask the questions, please.
Sir, I want to thank you for your excellent presentation and for you taking time to be with us today. I want to thank you very much for that.
You're welcome.
I may be the only one sort of puzzled, but based on the facts that have come out this morning, and I think your concurrence of our investigators' report, are these the same facts that the chief used to determine not to have a 48-hour closure on this establishment, or did things come to light afterwards that perhaps would have educated that judgment?
No, so I drafted the letter later that morning, and then submitted it to the commander, who approved it and submitted it to the chief. So the facts that we had at that time was that there was, like Investigator Fuente said, there was an argument, fight inside. They were removed from the establishment out onto Connecticut Avenue, where another fight ensued. Security broke that up. And then our shooter went around the corner onto Florida Avenue where he got his firearm, came back and started firing in front of the club, striking our victim one time in the leg, who then crawled back into the club. And that time, that's when our MPD shot spotter, our command information center, detected a round there in front of 1805 Connecticut Avenue. And then that's when we responded. So there wasn't, I guess at first there was a indication that it may have happened inside assets, but after our preliminary investigation, it was determined that the shooting occurred outside, and I think that's why there was just a fact finding and not necessarily a club closure.
But yes, sir, I appreciate that. But in light of the fact situation that has been put on record today, would that have educated the chief with enough information that there should have been a closure? Because I'm sort of concerned.
So yeah, I don't know the criteria that the chief Conti would use to have a club closure, a 48-hour club closure. That would be something that he would have to disclose.
Okay, and perhaps maybe we, the board, can ask for that type of memorandum from the chief, and that was something we would discuss ourselves.
Absolutely. You know, I don't I don't know what criteria the chief needs or what he does to determine whether or not he's going to close the club for any length of time.
Are you aware, was MPD aware of any incidents since this licensee received their license, which is not too long ago, of any other incidents that related to this club?
No.
Okay. I read in the report that there was some type of concern for a minor, possibly. So you would not have information about that.
About a minor?
Yeah, I may have. I thought in the investigative report that there had been some incidents that required us to investigate.
Oh, check on the welfare. Hold on one second.
And I'm sorry, I didn't. I mean check on welfare. I take it back. I'm not saying. I apologize for using the word minor. The check on welfare.
It was a check on the welfare of a juvenile. I don't. If you give me 1 second, I can.
Did that relate to the licensee, or is that just to the area?
That might just be to the area, but I can confirm it. I can pull up the report.
Thank you.
All right, that looks like it was Mr. Schaefer and his wife, Mrs. Schaefer, and their daughter. And then someone called because I guess because of the yeah, it looks like the owner just had his daughter there with him and his wife.
So that would mean, just so I understand, the welfare is related to someone under 21, perhaps in the establishment. Is that
But
just to clarify?
it looks like it happened about 8 o'clock at night on October 27th, 2020, and a person called because they just saw it looked like taking a child into the club, but it looks like so it was Mr. Schaefer's daughter, and his wife was also on the scene as well, Mrs. Schaefer.
Okay. I want to thank you just for that clarification, and I want to thank you for your presentation and your excellent reporting today. Thank you for your help. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grandis. Any other questions by any board members? All right, Mr. Bianca, any questions? Any questions of the lieutenant?
I don't have any questions from the lieutenant.
All right, thank you. Lieutenant, any final comments you want to make?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bianca, do you have any witnesses, any statements from you or your client, sir?
Yes, Mr. Anderson. So here's how I would like to proceed, if it's okay with you. I have some statements that I'd like to make on behalf of my client. He is here if the board has any additional factual issues that they want to resolve. But my involvement in this matter was a bit more than it typically is because Assets takes this issue extremely seriously. And they actually had me come out and do a complete investigation. I interviewed all the witnesses. I looked at all the video that's available in preparation for today's hearing, because they very much want to get to the bottom of it. So I could speak to the things that I've seen, and my client can correct me if anything I say is factually inaccurate. And then if the board has any questions, I'm glad to entertain them, and he can chime in as well, if that's okay with you, Mr. Anderson.
That's fine, sir. I just want to alert you that this hearing was scheduled to end at 11 o'clock, but I will end this hearing at 11:30. Okay, so just let you know that.
Absolutely. Well, I'll cover things as quickly as I can. I think the next hearing is mine as well, so it's in my own interest to get this done.
And the board's also interested, Mr. All right, go ahead.
Understood. So as to what occurred inside the establishment, based on the interviews that I did, it was an argument, and I think that's corroborated by what MPD states in their report. I think they say that specifically. So it wasn't a big fight or a melee or anything like that. Now, admittedly, I didn't see that internal tape. By the time I was involved in the case, the hard drive had been corrupted, although MPD did see the tape and formed the conclusion that it was an argument. You know, when the internal security officer determined who was the aggressor in the situation, he removed him from the club. And as the other individuals that were engaged in the argument had also walked out of the club, and the video shows them standing on the Connecticut Avenue side of the front entrance, the security officer from inside of the club who was escorting the aggressor out actually turned the corner. I'm sorry, the other individuals involved in the argument were on the Florida Avenue side. The security officer took the aggressor individual out and walked him down the Connecticut Avenue side, away from where the other folks were standing that were engaged in the argument. The establishment has a security plan, and I think that was discussed fairly extensively in the investigative report. And to add context to that, I think it's important for the board to understand that whenever anyone is hired, they are given the security plan, and they go through it with them and make sure they understand it and their obligations thereunder. Now, because of COVID, my client's operations were limited for a period of time. So almost a year. They were still open sporadically, but coming back to full operations, there was a learning curve, and my client understands that. And approximately a week before this incident occurred, the general manager of the establishment had a training for all security staff specifically about the security plan. So they went through it yet again about a week before this incident took place. Moving on to the issue with with the individual with the gun, it is in fact retired Sergeant Ray Middleton from MPD. He is in fact employed by my client. That evening was his first night of work. He's been brought on as a consultant. He was paid for that night of work, so he was not there as a patron. He does not drink. He was not drinking that night. And acted in accordance with his 31 years of police training and experience when there was a shooting. The issue with the RDO, yes, my client now has RDO in place, but I think it's also important to note that the board increased the RDO reimbursement on the 26th of May. And in my client's settlement agreement, their obligation to have RDO is triggered by the amount of the reimbursement. So once that May 26th order came into place, it kicked in my client's obligation to have RDO. And the very next morning, after the order came out, they put in a request for an RDO detail, which MPD did not respond to for more than a week. They then came back and said, "Oh, we're sorry that we didn't respond, but now we have responded, and now we can get your RDO in place." And it was in place as of June the 11th. I think what the last thing that I'd like to discuss is this this issue of this minor issue. And I only bring it up because Mr. Grandis questioned MPD extensively on it. I think it highlights the harassment that my client has to go through operating their establishment at that location. They are under ridiculous scrutiny by the neighborhood. They are constantly harassed, surveilled, reports made about them. Here's a situation where you have husband and wife operating a family business that during the day, when they're not even open, they stop at their place of business and they have their daughter with them. And now all of a sudden it's a police inquiry. I mean, it's absurd, but it's indicative of the type of harassment that my client has to endure by operating in a neighborhood where they're most certainly unwelcome. And the ANC and the DuPont Circle Citizens Association, as well as the local government gadflies, have made it very, very clear that they don't want them there. And this is the kind of thing that they have to endure. It's absolutely absurd that we're even here talking about it. But that is the explanation for it. Husband and wife brought their daughter to their place of business during the day when it wasn't open, and now we're having a public hearing about it. It's nuts. I'm glad to entertain any questions by the board. My client, Mr. Schaefer, is here, and Jeff, if I left anything out that you think is important, please speak up.
I'm sorry. No, I think you covered everything. And I think that night, many officers came, as well as the lieutenant that spoke today, came to the scene. Abby was there. They watched tapes for hours and did extensively. And you know, I don't think that there was any wrongdoing that night. Unfortunately, we have shootings in the city. Gun violence is up dramatically. And, you know, it's ridiculous. Since that time, we've hired more personnel. I have a female who actually searches other females as well. And we're just going above and beyond what we can do. Like you said, RDO is supposed to be there until 2 in the morning. I have them stay until closing. And we had eight security. I had the officer train everyone in de-escalation just over the last weekend. And whatever we can do, because security is very important, and we want to make sure that the patrons and staff are secure. But I think you covered everything. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, thank you, Mr. Schaefer. Mr. Bianco, this hearing, it's regarding a shooting at the establishment. That is the purpose of the hearing. We're having a hearing today because the chief of police requested that we have a hearing to have a fact-finding hearing to gather some information about a shooting that occurred today. The purpose of this hearing is not about having a minor. I do not know if there was a minor at the establishment, but that's not the purpose of this hearing today. And so, as I stated before, it's not an issue with at least it's not an issue with the board. And so, I'm not eliciting any evidence or eliciting any testimony regarding this issue, because that is not a relevant issue for this board and our investigation to make a determination. All right, and you are aware that based on the license class that unfortunately, because of the license class, you are going to have pushback in any neighborhood because of the license class. And so, unfortunately, it comes with the territory, sir. But anyway, moving right along. All right. There was an issue with the camera being corrupted, sir.
Correct.
Are you and your client aware of? Hold on, please. Are you and your client aware of the provision of Chapter 25-402? B, if the licensee knows or reasonably knows that the cameras are not operational, the licensee may notify the board within 10 days of learning the cameras are not operational and provide the board with proof of corrective maintenance. I'm asking a question. How often are these cameras checked?
That I don't know. I do know they were functioning on the night in question and malfunctioned thereafter. I believe MPD got the footage they needed. But to answer your question, I'm going to have to defer to my client. Jeff, how often are the cameras maintained?
Daily. They're checked daily, and they were operational at the time. The issue was Mr. Puente had mounted everything was on one hard drive. It's actually on 4 hard drives. And there's about 26 cameras through the establishment, and they use a 360-degree camera that once you put it up, there's not every single speck that it sees, no hidden spots on a 360. But the downside is it's too much data, and the other downside is when you zoom in, you kind of lose clarity. So over the couple of years that we've been there, a couple of the hard drives crashed, and that's exactly why monitoring it for me at GeoVision, where I purchased the equipment. And when MPD went to download cameras at the same time for a 2-hour time period, it went to about 90%, and then one of those hard drives crashed during that process. The hard drive that crashed was 3 of the 20 cameras, and that's why there's no 3 cameras were the inside cameras. So once that happened, I reached out in, and they said, well, you're going to order another CPU with 4 additional hard drives to increase it to 8. That will minimize the strain putting on the system. So I spent about $6,000 and ordered that, and came on that Monday right after the incident. So we've installed 8 hard drives now. So it hasn't really been, the camera's always up and running, but it's just been an issue with the hard drives, and I think the capacity and the amount of data on them.
All right, thank you, Mr. Schaefer. Unfortunately, your reception is somewhat, you're going in and out, so we were not hearing everything you say. But what I gather from what you stated was that issue regarding the hard drive has been fixed, and so hopefully this will not reappear.
Yes.
Is that correct? All right. This question for you, either you, Mr. Bianco, or your client. Do you know what started or caused the altercation inside of the establishment?
So from my interview of the security guard who intervened, it seemed that the person who was the aggressor was intoxicated, and when the other gentleman walked in, he started a verbal altercation with them, seemingly unprovoked. So we couldn't find anything other than the aggressor sort of looking for trouble as to the reason why this started. So the person who was the aggressor had just entered the club a few minutes before the altercation took place, and the other individuals whom the verbal altercation took place with had entered after him. So they were really only inside for a matter of minutes. So it wasn't a situation where they were going back and forth at each other for an entire night. They were both there for a very short time.
But you stated that one of the individuals was intoxicated.
Correct.
So, and he was only there for a minute. So are you telling me that either that the establishment knowingly allowed an intoxicated person into the establishment, or did they knowingly sell or serve alcohol to an intoxicated person? Which one is it?
I don't think it's either one. I don't know that he was visibly intoxicated at the point that he walked in the door. This is an observation that the security guard made, and I don't think he was even served in the establishment. So I'm getting information from my clients right now saying that he was not visibly intoxicated at the time he entered, and he was not there for a terribly long time, but seemed intent on starting trouble, which is why he was escorted out and the others left of their own free will.
All right, thank you for that clarification. Anyway, so do you deny that the patrons engaged in the altercation were violent or aggressive?
They weren't violent, as far as I can tell. I'm deferring to MPD's characterization of the event, as they've actually seen the video, and I have not. So they've characterized it as an argument, and I defer to them on that particular point. And I wouldn't consider an argument violent, inappropriate probably, which is why the gentleman was escorted out of the establishment.
Now, did management or any staff contact MPD?
Not until after the shooting took place.
Now, in light of, you talked about this consultant this retired police officer. What changes, if any, if this officer going to be in this establishment provide consultative services? What changes, if any, is the establishment contemplating regarding his appearance?
Okay, so and I'll let Jeff respond if I'm incorrect, but it's my understanding that he's not providing patrolling services, but if something very, very serious happens, such as a shooting, he may respond. But other than that, his role is as a consultant to train other security individuals to make sure policies and procedures are being followed, more managerial than on the line provision of security services. Jeff, please correct me if I'm wrong about Sergeant Middleton's role at the establishment.
No, that's true. This last weekend, he just went and trained all the security members in de-escalation, and there was about 5 or 6 things. I think he may have sent you the itinerary.
He did.
So yes, I just want him to train and be on top of whatever we can do to continue to have it safe.
And he's not going to be, you know, at the door checking IDs or patrolling the floor or anything like that. That's not what you contemplate him doing.
No.
It just so happened that he was at the establishment. This incident occurred, and he responded. So that's what happened.
That's correct.
It's as I think either Mr. Shorter or Mr. Grandis, I don't remember who had stated. It is troubling to see someone, if a shooting occur, to see someone on Constitution Avenue or any street, Connecticut Avenue or any street, brandishing a weapon, and no one knows that this is a police officer because they're not wearing any type of identification. You see that the person enter the establishment, was not stopped by security, and at no point it doesn't appear that anyone informed Abra who this person was, because as Mr. Puente stated, he has gone back, he has seen this person, and no one has pointed out to Abra that who this person is.
No, I certainly understand that concern, but I think Mr. Puente also testified that he never asked my client who he was. So it wasn't something that my client concealed. You know, in the course of his investigation, if they said, who is this person, they would have gotten a straight answer out of him.
But I think Mr. Bianca, the video clearly shows an individual going into the establishment with a weapon. And I believe that this is something, if this person is providing consultative services to the establishment should have identified this individual as a staff member. We should not be in the middle of our investigation at a fact-finding hearing. The investigator testified, and you in response said, oh, by the way, this is who this person is, or did you know? So it's not up to us to ask who it is. Our investigators came, they asked questions. We saw an individual with a gun. I don't necessarily believe that it's up to us to say, is this an employee? Because he's not wearing identification. I would assume that the establishment would have advised the agency of the capacity that this person was working in.
No, I mean, I understand that, but wait a minute. We weren't made aware by the agency that there was even a person entering the establishment with a gun and that they considered it a problem until we received the report, which is after the fact-finding hearing was called. So we're here at the fact-finding hearing presenting the facts. So, you know, if there was a point in the investigation where there was a question raised, that question was never asked. The first time it was put to us was when we received the report.
Mr. Bianca, I'm sorry. If we receive video from your establishment and we see someone brandishing a weapon, it is up to the establishment, unless you're hiding something, to say affirmatively to the board who this person is. because we all saw this video, and everyone is sitting here saying, oh my God, how can this establishment allow someone in there with a concealed weapon? We had no idea. So it's not up to us to ask questions. It's on your own video. So it's up to the agency, it's up to the establishment to be forthright with the agency. I mean, you are aware that we have concern that the security personnel had black shirts, but there was no security on it. So you're aware of that. And I have not read I'll say I have not read the security agreement, but most security agreements that I've seen, security plans that I've seen, states that security personnel needs to be properly identified. So you are aware that we do have a concern that and even if we don't tell you that, you should have a concern because the security for the establishment were wearing black, but there was no demarcation on their uniform to say that they were security. So I think it's up to you to inform us to say, this is who this person was, and we shouldn't be in the middle of the hearing when we're finding out who this person is for the first time. But anyway, I digress. Anyway, let's move on. And that's one of the main issues that we have here is that was my next question about this male who had a gun, because it is of concern to the establishment, and I'm fine with that, your explanation, but it should not be in the middle of this hearing. This should have been brought to the attention of the agency to clearly identify. We also have MPD. MPD did not know who this person was. I think after you presented it, then the officer is saying, I think I'm familiar with that person, but your establishment did not even identify to MPD who this person was to say that this person was working in was an employee. Well, I'm saying that. I know he's a consultant, but was an employee of the establishment. Not even MPD was aware of this until this hearing. And that's not appropriate, sir.
Well, the first time it was raised with us was in the investigator's report.
Can I clarify?
When was this report given to you, sir?
The investigative report I received on, bear with me for a moment and I will look it up. I believe it was last Thursday.
All right. So you are aware.
So for the last 6 days, as I was investigating this issue, I was aware that the agency was concerned about it, but it was also after the fact-finding was requested for today. So I got the fact-finding request and the report at the same time.
All right, Mr. Bianca, that's an excuse. They're two separate instances. We're having this hearing today because not necessarily because of this other person with a weapon, but it's because of the shooting. That's why we're having so you're aware, that's why we're having a fact-finding hearing. All I'm saying is that in the middle of reviewing video, we saw something that's troubling to the agency, and your client should have informed MPD and the agency who this person was. So neither MPD or the agency is concerned that there is someone brandishing a gun on Connecticut Avenue, sir. That's all I'm saying. Okay.
I understand that, Mr. Anderson. It just sounds to me an awful lot like we're being told that we should have answered a question that was never asked.
Can I just, 1 second?
Hold on, Mr. Schaefer, hold on a minute, please. This is a fact-finding hearing. We're trying to get to the bottom of we're gonna the bottom. And I will say this, Mr. Bianco. If this was Mr. Schaefer and not his attorney, then I would accept that answer from Mr. Schaefer. But as an attorney, I am not going to accept that answer from you, sir. So therefore, basically, if we don't ask, I'm not going to, if they don't say nothing about it, I'm not going to bring it to their attention. Maybe they won't see, maybe they won't notice it. No, sir, I'm not going to accept that from you as an attorney. I will accept that from your client if he was not representative. But as you know, when an attorney appears in front of me, I have different expectations from them. And then as a member of the bar, this is something that you should have brought to our attention and also brought to the attention of MPD. Anyway, I don't have anything else to say. Does any of the board members have any other questions?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask a question of the
Go ahead,
attorney.
Mr. Short. And I'm just want to tell, we have a protest hearing right after. It's 11:30, so I want us to wrap this up shortly. Okay, go ahead, sir.
I'll do the best I can, Mr. Chair. Mr. Bianca, are you aware that your client had to submit a security plan to Avra as a part of its license?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you have a copy of that in front of you, or do you have access to a copy of the security plan?
I do. If you bear with me for just 10 seconds, I could bring it up. Maybe a few more than 10 seconds, but yes, I could bring it up. Give me 1 second. All right. I have the security plan in front of me, sir.
Can you go to page 5 of 7? Go to page 5.
Okay, I'm on page 5.
Will you look at E, which says weapons confiscation?
Yes, yes.
Will you please read that for the record? What weapons confiscation says on the security plan?
You want me to read the whole paragraph?
Please do. It won't take that
Okay.
long.
It says weapons of any kind are not permitted in assets for any reason. A patron may not enter the establishment with a weapon. If a weapon is seized from a patron or found or immediately outside of the establishment, security personnel must notify management. Management or head of security shall contact MPD immediately and follow the advice of an MPD officer regarding the securing and safeguarding of the seized weapon. Until an MPD officer arrives, the weapon shall be surrendered to an MPD officer once he or she arrives. The security personnel member or manager who surrenders the weapon to an officer must note the date, time, officer's name, and officer's badge number. A report of any weapon confiscated or found and its surrender to police must be entered into the incident report log containing the date and time of the weapon surrender to MPD and the officer's name and badge number to whom it was surrendered.
I do thank you, sir. Now, you read weapons of any kind are not permitted in assets for any reason.
Uh-huh.
So would you consider that a breach of their security plan if they submitted to this agency and had approved?
No, I don't consider it a breach. I don't think that particular provision, Section E, applies to security employees who have weapons on their person as part of the discharge of their duties. I think that clearly applies to patrons, which this person was not. So I would not consider that a breach at all.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Do any other of the security officers or security personnel and the employee of this licensee carry weapons?
No, they don't.
Why not?
My client hasn't paid for armed security guards other than Sergeant Middleton.
They're not.
Can I also reference to you, Mr. Bianco, of the DC code under security officers and security agencies, Title 17, business, occupations, and professionals. Are you familiar with that document?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this: the sergeant who is Mr. Ray with the pistol on that evening, Ray Middleton on that evening, is he a qualified trainer of security?
I don't know.
Has anybody in the security employees had any formal training as security guards?
I believe they were all, and this was part of my presentation, they were all trained when they were hired. They all have previous experience. And Mr. Middleton is charged with the responsibility to provide additional training. And I would also note that 2 of the security guards, the one at the front door, were dressed in uniform shirts, and they do receive training from the company that they work for. So I think the answer is yes, and the level of training depends on what position the person holds.
Mr. Bianca, you've been coming before this board for many years. This is my 3rd term as a board member. And you know these questions are coming about security because you've answered them before for other clients. And the code under Title 17 says that training for security guards must be done by a professional trainer. So who was the professional trainer who trained these security guards at assets?
Well, I would say the professional trainer for the individuals that are outside contractors from a professional security company were trained by the professional security company for whom they're employed. The others trained by Sergeant Middleton with his 31 years of experience in the Metropolitan Police Department. I would consider that sufficiently professional.
For the second time, Mr. Bianca, as you know also, I'm retired from the DC Fire Department after 33 years, and I was assistant fire marshal for the city for many years. So I've seen a lot of things and been in a lot of places, and I've been in assets when it was under another name. I'll just simply say this to you. Will you provide this board proof of professional training for the security guards?
We will provide any information that the board requests from us, including training information or anything else that the board orders us to provide. We will happily cooperate as we did with this investigation.
Okay, and thank you very much. Again, you know that there's been instances where we've had licensees who retrained with a licensed trainer, and we've had one of our investigators to be a part of that training so that we know for certain that they've been trained professionally as required by DC statute Title 17. Basically, what the Title 17 says, before you say anything further, it says that all security personnel in the District of Columbia have to be licensed by the police chief or one of his agents. So is this company certified, or have they got certification from the MPD that they are certified security personnel for the District of Columbia?
I don't have that information available to me right now.
If they do not have that, are you willing, or will you comply with the law and have them trained by a professional trainer?
Of course, we'll comply with the law. We'll comply with the law. Absolutely. We'll comply with the law or any lawful orders of the board. And Mr. Short, you know, I realize that I may come off as adversarial. That's just sort of my unfortunate personality, but I appreciate your remarks. And at the end of the day, you know, we're on the same team here. My client doesn't want violent incidents in the club any more than you do. In fact, very much less. And we want to do what's necessary to make sure that something like this doesn't occur again.
Okay, so you are willing to commit for your client that they will comply with Title 17 of the District of Columbia and training as far as security personnel goes and being registered with the Metropolitan Police Department as required by District of Columbia law?
My client, I will certainly advise my client, and I know they will listen to me, to comply with all District of Columbia laws, including whatever the code that you're citing says. I'm not familiar with it. And any lawful orders of the board as well. We are glad to comply.
Thank you very much for your testimony and your representation today, Mr. Bianca. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have at this time.
Thank you. Any other questions by any of the board members? And remember, time is of the essence.
Yes,
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I have one question.
Go ahead, Mr. Grandis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bianca,
Yes, sir.
thank you for your presentation today. Under DC law, I believe there has to be an affirmative posting by a business establishment regarding weapons and guns in their facility. Mr. Short reviewed one of the paragraphs that's in the security agreement that your client developed and presented to the agency, which was accepted. Would your client post such a notice that guns and weapons are not allowed in the facility?
I don't see any problem with that, especially if it's a requirement of the law, Mr. Grandis, and it seems like good policy, and any burden would be relatively minor. If it makes good sense, we are glad to do it.
You may want to confirm this, but I believe the way that DC law has been amended over the years, there may be an affirmative requirement by a business person to make such a posting, and without people can walk in with a gun. So I would appreciate if you would just see if you all can comply with that. Thank you.
Absolutely. I will certainly look into that, advise my client accordingly, and we will comply with that provision of the law.
Any other questions by any of the board members? All right, thank you very much. I'm going to bring this hearing to a close. Lieutenant Pondgrens, you had stated that if you have any information to provide the agency, you can please send that to Martha Jenkins.
Yeah.
So whatever information you have, you can please direct that to Martha Jenkins. Any final comments you want to make before I close this hearing?
No.
No, thank you. Mr. Puente, any final comments you want to make before I close this hearing?
Yes, sir. Just one quick comment to address Mr. Bianco's question about why we didn't ask who Mr. Middleton was. That night of the incident, I double checked with Detective Yolfo and Lieutenant Dowling. They advised us that there's only 4 security guards on duty, and we identified all 4 of them. And I just looked at the incident report that Mr. Schaefer sent me after the incident, and in his own report that his ABC manager listed, he only lists the 4 security guards, and Ray Middleton is not one of the 4 listed on the documents as well.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Puente. Mr. Bianco, on behalf of your client, any closing comments?
No, sir. Thank you.
All right. The board will take this matter under advisement. I want to thank all parties for their active participation in this hearing today, and we'll take this under advisement and make a determination whether or not we will refer this to show cause or whether or not we'll NFA this. But we'll determine. The board will consider what, if any, further actions we will take. So thank you very much, and have a great day. Mr. Bianco, regarding your next hearing, there was information in the chat, so you can review and let me know what it is that you want to do based on the information that was in the chat. So we should start this hearing momentarily. All right.
Okay, I'm looking in the chat. I don't see anything, but I'll figure it out.
I think the ANC was asking for some type of changes.
Okay.
Either the ANC or the protestant was asking for some type of something. All right. So So this matter is recessed, and we will call our other case momentarily. Thank you. Have a great day. We're off the record for 2 minutes. Okay. All right. All right, we're back in the record. Our next case of protest hearing, case number 20 PRO 00015 Empire Lounge, license number 110702. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the participants in this case? Mr. Bianco is the attorney, Mr. Negusi, and the Neighborhood Civic Association, and the investigator, please.
Sure, stand by.
Thank you.
Mr. Garcia, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Steckline, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Bianca, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Negusi, your rights have been elevated. I think there's one more. Mr. Roach, your rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Hold on. Good morning, everyone. We have a protest hearing this morning, and it's a protest hearing regarding the renewal application for Empire Lounge, license number 110702. Could we have the parties introduce themselves for the record? Let's start with the licensee's representative, and then we'll have the licensee, and then we'll have the protestant.
Sure. Good morning again, Mr. Anderson. My name is Richard Bianco. I represent the applicant in this case, and the owner of the applicant is Des Negusi, and he is here, and I will let him introduce himself.
Mr. Negusi, can you please identify yourself for the record and spell and state your name, please? You're on mute, sir. You're on mute. I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, how about now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Good morning, everybody. So my name is Desale Neguse. My first name is spelled as Dessaleegn, and my last name is Neguse. And
I can't hear you, sir. I can't hear you. I cannot hear you, so I lost you. So can you start over again?
yes. Yeah. My name is Desale Neguse. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. My first name is spelled as Dessaleegn, and my last name is Neguse, Nigusie. I'm the owner of Empire Lounge.
All right, thank you. Mr. Garcia. You're on mute, sir.
Good morning, George Garcia.
How you spelling your name, please, sir?
George, George, Garcia, Garcia.
All right, thank you. Mr. Stockline, can you spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Pearson Steckline on behalf of the Westminster Neighborhood Association. It's spelled Pierson, last name Stoecklein.
All right, and anyone else that needs to be identified? I see another name, but I don't know who that is. Anyone else needs to be identified for the record before we start? All right, yes, not. Are there any preliminary matters in this case before I do some introduction?
Yes, Mr. Anderson. I have one preliminary matter. So yesterday we were presented with an exhibit that the protestants would like to use, which is a police report, and this was about 5 p.m. yesterday, and I informed the protestants that I objected to their use of this particular police report on relevance and timeliness, but that unfortunately, given the late time that it was provided to me, I could not put together a motion in limine. So I advised the board's legal staff and was instructed to raise it at this point in the proceedings.
All right. Go ahead, sir. Mr. Stockland.
Yes.
Is it Mr. It's my understanding there's some documents that you're trying to
Yeah.
work on today. Can you share with the board, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. And it may actually be relevant to raise the preliminary matter that I had hoped to discuss, which is move to continue the proceeding. I realize that may be a little irregular or unfortunate given that we're all here, but the documents about which Mr. Bianco is speaking are 2 pages of documents that we received over the past few days. They pertain to a shooting incident at Empire Lounge or outside of Empire Lounge, to our knowledge. It's an ongoing investigation, and we have very little evidence or investigation to consider on a public safety matter that we think is highly relevant and would be material to the outcome of this case. And so for those reasons, we think it's appropriate to allow those facts to be brought to light, investigated. In fact, the prior proceeding during which you all were just discussing for the past few hours is probably further underscores the importance of allowing the MPD to see this through. And so for that reason, we would request a continuance, which might render moot Mr. Bianco's objections to our introduction of late exhibits, because of course, there will be no need to object if we continue the case.
So you're requesting a continuance?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we are.
Why are you requesting a continuance? Are you requesting a continuance because of you want to include these documents, or there's another reason why you are requesting a continuance?
No, these documents. I don't know if Ms. Randall circulated those to you and to the other board members, but there's a preliminary incident report. It contains 5 sentences with generic descriptions of the parties involved. There aren't names, and there's very little factual information around this. It's very clear that the individuals involved, at least some of them, were in Empire Lounge at the time of the incident. There was a gun used. Somebody was shot. This bears significantly, I think, on the relief that we would request, and a number of the matters that should be under consideration when evaluating a renewal request, because these facts, because the shooting occurred at 4 a.m. this past Sunday, in fact, after the exhibit filing deadline had already passed. We just haven't had any time to explore this material, the implications of it, and it would significantly prejudice the interests of the members of our neighborhood association if we're not able to at least gather some more additional information and further understand the implications for this renewal request.
Mr. Bianco, do you consent to the renewal? I'm sorry, do you consent to the continuance request?
We don't, we object. And the objection is for a couple of reasons. One would be, reason number one would be standard. We're here, we're ready, our witnesses are prepped, and we spent a lot of time getting ready for today's hearing. The exhibit that we received last night was short notice, but I think more importantly, and moving on to reason number 2, is a review, and I realize the chair may not have seen it, but looking at the police report, there's nothing in it that in any way ties this instance of violence to my client. This was a shooting on 9th Street, and really, according to the police report, the only involvement was of my client is that the police went to him, asked for security footage, and he aided them. And as a result of him aiding the MPD, they were able to get a still photograph of the actual shooter. So it didn't occur inside my client's establishment. Really, the only relationship it bears at all whatsoever, at least according to the police report, is that it was in proximity outside of my client's establishment. It's really irrelevant to the question before the board, whether the establishment negatively impacts peace, order, and quiet. Any probative value of the evidence is far outweighed by the negative implications that it causes. And then again, we have our timeliness requirement. And if I can just hash that out, for 10 seconds, it's that although this instance occurred on Sunday, which was after the filing deadline, according to the document produced, they received it in advance of the time that they actually provided it. Why did they sit on it until literally the 11th hour? It's unfair surprise. And this hearing, in my view, should proceed today as scheduled. And we are ready to put our witnesses on.
Any final comment, Mr. Starkland, before I make a determination?
Yes, numerous, Mr. Chairman. In no particular order. First of all, we received this document yesterday. And I immediately reached out to Mr. Bianco as a courtesy, and in fact provided the document to him to suggest that we resolve this before today. I realize yesterday is not a lot of time before today, but we at least made a good faith attempt. So to suggest that we had this before any kind of filing deadline passed is inaccurate and would actually be impossible, because the incident, as we discussed, occurred this most recent Sunday. The filing deadline for exhibits and witnesses was on Thursday of the prior week. So it's actually impossible. Furthermore, the police report, which I find it curious, by the way, that Mr. Bianco's objections relate to an inability to explore the incident report, which is not the same as the police report, seems to have quite thoroughly reviewed it, but is yet objecting on grounds that he had no time to do so. It's a one-page report, so I can't imagine that Mr. Bianco didn't have sufficient time. But since he argued that he didn't, I would say for that reason alone, that's good cause to continue the matter if he feels he needs more time to review the 2 pages. Beyond that, the incident report very clearly identifies that at least one individual named W1 seemingly left or came out of Empire Lounge and engaged in trying to break up, according to this witness, the altercation that occurred right outside. As Mr. Bianco noted, Empire Lounge's video footage was utilized. It's not clear where the shooter was beforehand. It's not clear if the gun was inside. There's a great deal that's unclear. And I think, again, as the prior fact-finding proceeding in which you all engaged for the past several hours underscores, the idea that a shooting, which the police report clearly identifies occurred at 1909 9th Street, which is Empire Lounge's address, the idea that that is immaterial or should not be explored further is baffling to me, and would fly in the face of what I understand to be the purpose of this proceeding, which is to ensure that if the applicant is granted a renewal, that the public safety can be preserved.
All right, that's it. That's it, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. At the show cause hearing status, one of the instructions that was clearly read is that you're required to complete and submit the PIP and exhibit forms at least 7 days before the date of the hearing. If we do not receive a copy of your form 7 days before the hearing, your application or your protest may be subject to dismissal. And these documents need to be submitted to Aber Legal and to the opposing parties. Please know that these documents greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keep the parties on point during the hearing. And part of our regulations, 1722.7, the PIP an exhibit form, and any attachments shall be served on all parties on the board's Office of General Counsel 7 days prior to the hearing. The documents were not submitted to the board and the parties 7 days before the hearing. And more importantly, the applicant does not consent to the submission of the documents. And the applicant also does not consent to the continuance. And so because the applicant does not consent, the documents were not submitted 7 days, the applicant does not consent, and we are here for a hearing, and because the applicant does not consent, I'm going to rule that good cause has not been shown for the documents to be admitted or for this hearing to be continued. There are, if depending who the witnesses are, you can bring in some witnesses who can, if they're on your witness list, who can testify about this incident. And so you can still get this information in through direct testimony. You could ask them, well, you can ask, if you have a witness who has knowledge about the situation, who is on your witness list, they can testify about it, and the board can get that information. But I'm not going to allow those documents in, and also good cause has not been shown to continue the hearing. If the applicant had consented, I would have granted the request, but without the consent of the applicant, I cannot grant the request.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I just, as a point of clarification, I just want to make sure that everyone understands that the dates about which we're speaking occurred 5 days ago. The shooting occurred 5 days ago. It would be impossible to submit documents, procure witnesses, or do anything in satisfaction of the statutory deadline, because the statutory deadline occurred before the shooting. So I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of that. I certainly understand the procedural requirements, but it would have been impossible.
But what I've stated, sir, if you have a witness to testify, they can testify about what happened. In giving information about background information, I assume that whatever witnesses you have, they're going to testify. They're going to give reasons why is it that we should not renew this license. And so whoever your witnesses are, they can testify to say another example of why the license should not be granted. It's because of on June 1st, 2021, this is what occurred. You can still, so you can have that information can be brought into the hearing through direct testimony of one of your witnesses, sir. And also, the board has not investigated this matter as yet. And so the board will do an investigation, and the board might determine that we will have a fact-finding hearing on this incident, and you will be welcome to participate in a future fact-finding hearing regarding this incident. Because if an incident occurs, the board is going to do an investigation, and based on the investigation, we will either make a determination that we should have a fact-finding hearing, or maybe the MPD will send over a request to us to say we should have a fact-finding hearing, or the board could do its own investigation and determine that we either require a fact-finding hearing, or we're going to send this over to the Office of the Attorney General to have a show cause. So this incident will be addressed. And at a show cause hearing, if the board determines, say, for example, the board determines after doing its initial investigation that it needs to be referred at a show cause hearing, then one of the penalty that the board could impose is what you're asking for at a future hearing, sir.
Okay, understand, Mr. Chairman. Then there's only one other procedural matter to which I also alerted Ms. Randall. And I apologize, but we were unaware that the fact-finding proceeding would occur before this, and I had intended to seek leave from the chairman for the traditional lunch recess to coincide with an immovable conflict that I have from 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock today. And I realize we're now about an hour from that. And so that too presents a problem. I hoped it would not arise because I hoped Mr. Bianco would be good enough to continue the matter. But now that we will be proceeding, I ask for the opportunity to recess. I had noted this to council and had hoped that this would all work itself out, Mr. Chairman, so I do apologize.
This matter was scheduled for a protest hearing at 11 o'clock. The board itself did not anticipate in taking. How many witnesses do you have, sir?
We have no witnesses today.
So you'd be the only person who's going to testify?
That is correct. Due to the rescheduling of this proceeding at this time, the critical witness that we had intended to have appear before you is on an airplane. So.
All right, so you're the only person going to testify, and so you're saying that you're asking for a lunch break, but you're asking for what break are you asking for?
1 o'clock to 2 o'clock today.
All right. We're going to start the hearing. I'm hoping that and the way the hearing goes, because you only have one witness, if the board is going to present its first hearing, its first witness. I am not going to take a break until the board has presented its first witness. So if we are able to go through the board's witness by 1 o'clock, we'll take a break. We'll take a break between 1 and 2. But if we're not, but I'm not gonna end the board's presentation to take a break. So that's the decision. That's the compromise. So the way the case goes is that the board presents its witnesses. We'll ask questions. Both sides will have an opportunity to cross-examine the board's witness. Once that's done, then the licensee presents its case, and then the protestant presents its case. So I am willing for us to move forward, for the board to present its case. Hopefully, the board's case will be over at 1 o'clock. And if it's over at 1 o'clock, we'll take a break between 1 and 2, and then have the protestant present its case at 2. Because how many witnesses do you have, Mr. Bianco?
I only have 2.
You have 2 witnesses. The board has a timeline when this hearing needs to be end today. So we don't have the whole day to do this, but I'm willing to take a break between 1 and 2. But I am not gonna break up the board's presentation of its case to take a break. I will, if the board's case, if the parties do not elongate the board's witness or the board's presentation of its case, I believe we can accomplish that by 1 o'clock, and we can break between 1 and 2 to accommodate you, and then we'll start back promptly at 2 o'clock. Is that agreeable?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bianco?
That's fine.
All right, that's fine. All right, so, all right. All right, so basically, we've done, I've spoken about the opening. So basically, this is what's going to happen. The applicant has an opportunity we'll have 5 minutes to do an opening statement. Protestant has 5 minutes to do an opening statement. The board will call its witness. Once the board calls its witness, the board members will cross-examine the board's witness. Then the applicant will have an opportunity to cross-examine and the protester will have an opportunity to cross-examine. Once the board has presented its case, then the applicant will present its case. All right, so since time is of the essence, and the board will call, any questions before we start? Any other questions before we start?
None from the applicant.
None from the protestant.
All right, fine. So the board will call its first witness. The board will call Mr. George Garcia. Mr. Garcia, can you raise your right hand, please? You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. You're on mute, sir.
Yes.
All right. Can you please state and spell and state your name for the record, please?
George, George, Garcia, Garcia.
And where are you currently employed, sir?
At the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration.
And how long have you been working for the agency?
Approximately about 3 years now.
Are you familiar? Have you testified at protest hearing before?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Empire Lounge?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with Empire Lounge, please?
I completed the protest investigation on behalf of the establishment.
And did there come a time that you wrote a case report?
Yes, it is.
All right. And so can you tell us what information, if any, were you able to gather regarding this protest?
Okay. So the renewal application for Empire Lounge was processed by two entities. One by a protest group of seven, led by a Michael Merenstein, and Wine Minister Neighborhood Association, led by Lynn Johnson. The protest issues for the applicants both were the same, which included adverse impact on peace, order, and quiet, including noise, residential parking needs, and vehicular and pedestrian safety, and failure to follow the existing settlement agreement. I did speak to and interview the owner, Davalaya Negosi, and that was on February 9th of 2021. I visited the establishment Empire Lounge and spoke with the owner of the establishment, Mr. Negusi, and he did state and made me aware that his attorney, Richard Bianco, would be submitting a statement on behalf of the establishment. At that time, I did conduct a regulatory inspection, and Mr. Negusi assisted in conducting a walkthrough of the establishment. I completed the regulatory inspection and found no ABRA violations. And on February 19th is when Richard Bianco provided his statement on behalf of the establishment for me. And Mr. Bianco stated that since the establishment opened in 2018, the owner, Mr. Negusi, has attempted to work with residential neighbors. Mr. Bianco stated that Mr. Negusi has provided many of the neighbors with his contact information and asked that they text or call if they have any problems or any issues has arisen concerning the establishment. Mr. Bianco also stated that over the last 3 years that the neighbors have texted and called Mr. Negusi, and Mr. Negusi has tried to be both responsive and accommodating to the neighbors' needs. He also stated that when the resident, Mr. Bianco provided the following statement. When the residential neighbors to the near of the establishment, Empire Lounge, began complaining about noise, he changed his sound system and removed the speakers and subwoofed facing the near building. So he made accommodations about soundproofing the establishment on that neighbor's side of the establishment. The volume of level of music of the sound system is marked, so it won't, according to Mr. Bianco, that level of music won't supersede. He keeps it at a certain level where it's accommodating to his neighbors. He also stated that Mr. Miyagi instituted a policy at Empire Lounge that the near door at the establishment, which faces the alley of residential building, may not be opened while the music is being played. Mr. Bianco also stated that security, there's at least one dedicated security person working whenever the business is operating. which is stationed at the front of the establishment to check identification of anyone entering the establishment. Mr. Bianco also stated that some events will require additional security just to maintain a safe environment at the establishment. Mr. Bianco also stated that to ensure that the trash needs of the business are met, that he has contracted a trash company so they pick up twice a week. And Mr. Bianco stated that at some point, the residential neighbors complained that the trash pickup were being done at an inappropriate hour. And in response, Mr. Negussi switched contractors and required that the trash pickup be done prior to 8 p.m. or be done the following morning. Mr. Bianco also stated that as new residents move into the neighborhood, they have aggressively complained about many of the establishments along 9th Street, not just Empire. Mr. Bianco also stated that Mr. Negussi wants to run a successful business and has tried on many occasions very hard to work cooperatively with his neighbors, with whom he hopes have a good patient business with. That was the conclusion of Mr. Bianco's statement to me. I did also interview a Michael Merenstein, who is the representative of the protest group of 7. And he did let me know about his issues concerning Empire Lounge on behalf of that group of 7. Mr. Merenstein stated that his concerns stem from the drunk and violent behavior spilling onto the nearby streets, which pose a safety concern for the community. Mr. Merenstein stated that parking violations and property damage have been a concern, along with a constant noise coming from the establishment. He also stated that the behavior is negatively impacting property values as well as the quality of life. And Mr. Merenstein stated that we have made many attempts to address any issues directly with Empire Lounge management and owners, but the response are all empty promises and a dismissive tone. Mr. Merenstein stated that the neighborhood is at a breaking point and can no longer entertain the level of disruption in the neighborhood any longer. Mr. Merenstein stated that he would just like to get this resolved, get a resolution on this matter as soon as possible. And I did also meet and interviewed the representative for WNA, the Neighborhood Association, and that interview was held on Monday of April 19th of 2021 with a Dan Freeman. Mr. Freeman advised me that Empire Lounge has been a bad neighbor in years, and they have been since they have been in business. Mr. Freeman stated that the establishment repeatedly violates a settlement agreement along with the DC laws. Mr. Freeman stated that the establishment attracts rowdy people. He stated that the establishment lets people gather on the sidewalk, which prevent people from walking on the sidewalk and down the street. He also stated that the establishment needs to prevent congestion on the streets. Mr. Freeman expressed that the establishment has numerous violations and investigate. I asked Mr. Freeman if he wanted to provide any additional information, and he said that's all he needed to address with me. That's all what he wants resolved. And okay, so that was the conclusion of my interviews.
All right. So tell us about the further in your report that talks about the neighborhood.
Okay, so I'm gonna share some documents.
Sure. Miss Andrews, allow him to share screen, please.
Sure, stand by. Okay, Mr. Garcia, you can now share your screen.
Thank you. Okay, so according to the District of Columbia zoning handbook, the establishment is a R2 zone, which is located on page 5.
What's an R2 zone, if you know, please?
R2 zone is intended to permit medium density, compact mixed-use development with an emphasis on residential development.
Now, how many nearby business ABC licensed establishment is in the vicinity?
How many ABC licensed establishment?
Yes.
69.
So how would you describe, generally, how would you describe this area with 69 licensees?
Very busy. The establishments has a high the general area is very high traffic during nighttime hours.
What are the current hours of operation for the establishment?
The establishment's license hours of sales and operations are Sunday to Thursday, 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. and Friday to Saturday, 10 a.m. to 3 a.m.
Now, are the hours of operation, are they consistent with the neighborhood? Are they longer, shorter? To the best of your knowledge, is it consistent or?
To the best of my knowledge, they're all consistent.
Now, tell me a little bit about the area. You said is there a lot of traffic? Is there a lot of car traffic? Is there a pedestrian traffic? Tell me, what is this? Tell me about the area. Be a little bit more specific.
Okay, so Empire is located on 9th Street in a 3-story brick building. The establishment does not have access to the first floor. It just has access solely to the 2nd and 3rd floor. There are 9th Street has side by side from each other, maybe about 20 to 25 establishments alone on that street alone. That street seems to always be high traffic, a lot of pedestrians, congestion, double parked vehicles. It's a lot of congestion on the streets, and it at times it has proven to be at a standstill.
Now, to the best of your knowledge, are these the traffic, the congestion on the block, is this attributable to Empire Lounge?
No, it's a combination of all the establishments on 9th Street. It's not just specifically geared from Empire Lounge. It's all of the establishments on 9th Street.
All right. Now, did you or any other ever personnel visit this establishment?
Yes, I visited to conduct a regulatory inspection, but the establishment was monitored a total of 30 times from January 9th of 2021 to June 12th of 2021. And on all of those occasions, no investigator that visited the establishment to monitor it observed no ABRA violations.
And what time of day did the investigator visit? Was it in the morning, during the day? I mean, specifically,
it was a variation of all. On page 11 of my investigation report, the first monitoring of the establishment was February 9th from 2 p.m. to 2:52 p.m. And then the following one was 3:26 p.m. to 4:05 p.m. And then the following was 6 p.m. to 7:20 p.m. And then you see on Friday, the establishment was visited from 10:20 p.m. to 11:32 p.m. So the establishment was visited in the afternoon and the night, as well as in the morning. As you see, number 12 is Friday. The establishment was visited on April 2nd of 2021 from 12:42 a.m. to 1:15 a.m. And then the following was April 3rd, 9:20 p.m. to 9:56 p.m. And then back again, the establishment was visited on Monday in the afternoon at 3:30 to 4:08 p.m. And then the establishment was once again visited at 12 a.m. to 12:15 a.m. on Saturday of April 10th of 2021. Following that, the establishment was also visited on Sunday, April 11th at 12 a.m. to 12:15 a.m. So the establishment was visited on multiple different times.
And you're stating that each time that the ABRA investigator visited the establishment, no ABRA violations were found?
Correct.
All right. There are some exhibits attached to your report. Can you go through the exhibits, please?
Yes. Give me 1 minute. All right. So exhibit 1 is a protest letter written by the Westminster Neighborhood Association. And that was written by Lynn Johnson. Give me just 1 minute. Okay. And exhibit 2 is a District of Columbia Geographic Information System, which is all the ABC establishments within 1,200 feet of Empire Lounge. So these are all the establishments 1,200 feet of 1909 9th Street. Exhibit 3 is the District of Columbia Geographic Information System, 400 feet of a school. This is any school within 400 feet of the establishment. Exhibit 4 is a photograph of the exterior of Empire. Exhibit 5 is a photograph of the entry of Empire Lounge. As you see, there are stairs, so it immediately prompts you to go up to the second floor. There is no first floor to the establishment. Exhibit 6 is immediately, it's still the entryway. As you see to the far left, the stairs are there. This is just a small space that the entryway is located in. Exhibit 7 is the same photograph of the entryway, just at a different angle from the stairs. Exhibit 8 is a photograph of the interior of the second floor, immediately at the top of the stairs. Exhibit 9 is a photograph of the bar to your right-hand side as soon as you approach the establishment from the upstairs. Exhibit 10 is a photograph of the same floor, of the same second floor bar, just at a farther angle. Exhibit 11 is a photograph of the booth area where the couches are on the far right-hand side of the establishment. Exhibit 12 is a photograph of the stairs leading from the third floor to the second floor of the downstairs establishment. Exhibit 13 is a photograph of the third floor. This is the lounge area on the top floor of the establishment. Exhibit 14 is also an exterior photograph of the lounge area on a different angle and side of the establishment on the third floor. Exhibit 15 is a photograph of the establishment storage area located on the third floor. Exhibit 16 is a photograph of the non-operative bar located on the third floor of the establishment. And exhibit 17 is also a photograph of the third floor, which is the lounge area. And exhibit 18 is also a photo of the bar, just at a different angle. And exhibit 19 is also a photograph of the lounge area, both sides. The right side is one lounge area and the left side is also another lounge area. And exhibit 20 is also the same photograph of the third floor lounge area. And please note that the establishment was not operating on the third floor due to COVID restrictions. They only operated on the second floor of the establishment at that time.
Thank you for bringing that clarification, Mr. Garcia.
No problem. And exhibit 21 is a copy of the establishment's ABC license. And exhibit 22 is a copy of the establishment's certificate of occupancy. And exhibit 23 is a photograph of the establishment's alleyway leading downstairs to their trash. And exhibit 24 is a photograph of the establishment's trash area. And exhibit 25 is also another photograph of the establishment's trash area. And 26 is also a photograph at a wider angle of the establishment's trash area. And exhibit 27 is the regulatory inspection that I conducted at the establishment on February 19th of 2020. Copy of MPD, the crime analysis data.
Let me ask you a question about exhibit 28. What if any, what if anything were you able to gather from this exhibit?
That exhibit, give me just 1 minute. Okay. That is a document that we obtained from MPD, just letting us know any issues or any calls to MPD to any addresses from that location. So each instant on here is any call that was made to MPD to respond to the establishment for any reason. I requested from the Office of Unified Communications calls for the service dates from February of 2020 to February of 2021. On that document, there was a total of 15 calls. However, only one of the calls required ABRA assistance. On Saturday, June 27th of 2020, MPD received a complaint for noise for Empire Lounge, located at 1909 9th Street Northwest. An investigator responded to the establishment and discovered that the establishment was in violation of the mayor's order, specifically for not having music at a conversational level. The establishment was written a written warning, citation number 6797, for the violating the mayor's orders.
All right, what's the next exhibit?
And just to note that that was the only ABRA enforcement that resulted in a violation from any of those calls.
Okay.
And exhibit 29 is the establishment's existing settlement agreement.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Garcia. You can stop sharing your screen.
Okay.
Are any questions of Mr. Garcia by any board members?
Yes, sir. I have
Mr.
one.
Chair-
Go ahead, Mr. Grandis, and then you, Mr. Short. Go ahead, Mr. Grandis.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Investigator, I want to thank you for your excellent presentation and your exhibits today. Going back to exhibit 28, just for, and you don't need to call it up, I have it as well. Just so for clarification for the record, those are calls that relate to the address, but not necessarily to the establishment inside. Am I interpreting that list of calls that they not necessarily relate to the licensee, but relate to that location?
Correct.
Okay, so as you stated, only one related to that required ABRA to handle something regarding this particular licensee.
Correct. No, specifically for noise.
Thank you. And there was one that's noted, I think if I interpreted the term, is it assault? There's one of the ones that listed as an assault. I can look at, hold on. Dated 12/15/20. Am I misinterpreting that? 12/15/20.
Yes.
Yes, I'm interpreting that term as assault.
Yes, correct.
But but what I understand you to say, that does not relate to this licensee.
It relates to the licensee, but it didn't require any, it didn't have any enforceable, or the establishment didn't obtain any violations on that particular instance.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Grandis. Mr. Short?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Investigator, give me Garcia. How are you today?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you?
Okay. Again, just for the record and my edification, how long have you been with ABRA?
Approximately 3 years now.
Approximately 3 years. And how long have you had the assignment of the 1900 block of 9th Street?
Since February, I believe I received the process investigation of February of 2020. I'm sorry, February of 2021.
Okay. This is a question that a lot of us are going through right now in all government agencies because of the nature of our hopefully passing national health emergency and the shutting down of Washington D.C. and then our mayor. You know who our mayor is, correct?
I do.
Would you give her a name for the record?
Mario Bowser.
Thank you. Now, I'm looking at the investigative history for Empire Lounge. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
On August 15th of 2020, can you tell us what happened and why it was why this Empire Lounge was cited?
You said August 15th?
August 15th of 20, yes.
The establishment failed to comply. The establishment failed to comply with mayor's emergency order.
Do you think that's a very serious violation?
Yes, the establishment actually had, on 10 separate occasions, the establishment violated its settlement agreement, which, for noise. So their settlement agreement was violated on 10 times, as you see in the investigative history. All of them are there.
10 times violating the noise ordinance.
Yes.
How many businesses or how many licensees have you gone to in your 3-year history that has that many violations in just one particular nature of noise?
I can't say off the top of my head, but I can say that it has been multiple establishments.
With 10 or more or 10 or less?
Yes. On many instances, there are a lot of noise complaints, but if the noise complaint isn't substantiated against the establishment, it's just.
Okay, I thank you for your answer. And let me get away from the noise issue because that's a problem in that area. And there's no telling where the noise is coming from in the 1900 block of 9th Street because of their location and the way that they're zoned. So I'll leave that alone. But do you think, how many violations of the mayor's order?
10.
So during the height of the national health emergency, which the mayor says you must wear a mask, you must observe spacing, and this particular licensee did not observe those things and was cited on 4 different occasions?
Correct. You said on 4 separate occasions?
Yeah, well, how many, you tell me how many occasions that he violated the mayor's order or this licensee?
On 10 separate occasions.
I'm saying the mayor's order.
On 10 separate occasions. For the mayor's order, if you violate for noise, it's also a violation because the music should have been at conversational level only.
Okay.
As part of the mayor.
I understand that. And so I guess the bottom line is what I'm trying to get clear is if a person gets a mayor's order and everybody else in town has to abide by it because the national emergency was causing deaths, is that correct?
Correct.
So the mayor says, don't do this because if you do, you are endangering not only your clients in the city, you are working against the nation's national emergency requirements. Do you think this licensee took that seriously?
I cannot attest for what they did or did not have taken seriously.
Do you think it's a good business practice not to obey the mayor's order?
No, it is not.
Are you aware that at one of the hearings we had about the violations of the mayor's order, the licensee was asked, particularly by myself, does he think obeying or disobeying the mayor's order matters in his business? Were you aware of that?
No, I was not aware.
Well, let me make you aware. The licensee answered to me, it didn't matter. He needed to make money. Do you think that's a good licensee, or is that a person who maybe we should look at a little closer about renewing license?
I think that should be someone we look at.
Thank you very much, Investigator Garcia. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have at this time.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, you're on mute.
It's okay, Mr. I unmuted you. Go ahead.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Bianco, Mr. Bianco, any questions?
Yes. Investigator Garcia, thank you for your report. Very detailed and very thorough. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
So I have a few questions for you. I'm just going to go right through your report. You can refer to it if you need to, but I don't think we need to share it up on the screen. I'm going to go through as quickly as I can. So there's been some testimony about this, but in your report, it says there's 69 licensed establishment within 1,200 feet. And I think you agreed that that is a very high density of licensed establishments, correct?
Correct.
And in your 3 years working at Abra, have you come across any cases where there has been more than 69 establishments in a 1,200-foot radius?
No.
Okay, so fair to say that this is one of the highest density areas in terms of licensed establishments in the whole city, right?
Correct.
Okay, so on page 8 in section D of your report, you talk about the outdoor operations of these 69 establishments. And you mentioned that 25 of them have summer gardens. In addition to those 25 summer gardens, are you aware of any sidewalk cafes?
Give me 1 minute. No, I'm not.
Okay. And of those 25 summer gardens, some of them are patios and some of them are rooftop decks. Is that correct? Okay. Going to page 9, section C, where you talk about the sort of parking needs and transportation in the neighborhood. I don't see any mention of parking garages. Are you aware of any parking garages in proximity to this particular location?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And on page 10, section G, you talk about noise and you say there was no complaints or violations during the monitoring period. What I'm trying to get my head around is how long was the monitoring period that you're referencing in this section?
Monitoring period, the 30 separate occasions were from February 9th of 2021 to June 16th of 2021.
Okay. And I don't do as many of these as you do, admittedly, but it said you had 30 visits there. That sounds like a lot. Is that an unusually high number?
No, it's not.
Okay. Page 14, paragraph C, addresses peace, order, and quiet, which is really the main reason why we're here. And in that section, you state that during your visits, you noticed no criminal activity, no ABRA violations, no loitering, no trash issues, and no noise violations, correct?
Correct.
So, okay. So is it fair to say that it's your opinion that this establishment does not adversely impact peace, order, and quiet?
I can't. I can't. I don't have an opinion on that.
Okay. So page 14, section 7, you talk about the MPD calls for service, and Mr. Grandis went into some detail with you on that, and I think that was very helpful to illustrate what that document is. So I just want to ask you one question about that. Several of the MPD calls for service were at times when the establishment wasn't even open, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to drill down on this issue because I certainly have some confusion about it. So I'm hoping you can clarify. And it was really the last thing that you talked about with Mr. Short. So what we're talking about is section 10, page 14 of your report. I'm sorry, I think I have that wrong. I do have that wrong. Bear with me for just 1 second while I find what it is. Can't seem to put my finger on it at the moment. So let me just describe it for you. So you say in your report that there were 10 instances where the establishment violated its settlement agreement due to noise, right? So, so I'm looking at the investigative history and I don't see 10 instances of noise violations. I see the first 6 items look like they're mayor's order violations and include music at not at a conversational level. When you say noise, are you including music not at a conversational level?
Yeah, if the music is over conversational level, that's considered a noise complaint for the establishment.
Okay,
So
so
it's I'm sorry.
go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead, finish your answer.
It coincides with each other, the settlement agreement along with the mayor's orders. With the mayor's orders, you cannot play the music at conversational level. For the settlement agreement, it also states that it has to be at a certain level. So basically, the establishment, whenever the establishment is called for a noise complaint, the establishment violated both the mayor's order along with the settlement agreement.
Yeah, I understand that. I was just seeking clarity where it came from. So in those 6 instances of mayor orders violations that you tagged as noise, we're talking about above a conversational level, as opposed to a situation where you have, you know, music that is infiltrating neighboring residences and things of that nature. So they're different types of noise violations, right?
For ABRA, there is no different type of noise violations. There's just one noise violation. It's
Okay, I understand. Let me just go back through and see if I have anything else, but I think that is all. Thank you very much for your testimony, and I think Mr. Steckline's going to have some questions for you at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bianco. Mr. Steckline, do you have any questions for the witness?
I do.
Go ahead, please.
Mr. Garcia, I'm going to try to move through this very quickly. But please stop me or slow me down if I'm being unclear. So do I understand correctly that from your prior testimony, you observed the establishment on multiple occasions in February of 2021?
Correct.
And you indicated that in all instances, there were no violations that you observed, correct?
Correct. For the monitoring period, it's just not myself. Any ABRA personnel, it's monitoring the establishment, not just myself. So
okay.
on all instances, there were no ABRA violations when the establishment was monitored.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Is it correct that all of those occasions, which spanned roughly the course of a month, were during the effective period of the mayor's COVID orders?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. Is it correct that basically the entire duration of the observation period, we'll call it, occurred during the mayor's COVID orders being in effect?
All of their violations?
Yeah, from the time of the first observation that you included in your report to the time of the last observation, the entire time span that we're talking about fall within the term of the mayor's COVID order? Was it all during COVID?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and so and which means that no greater than 50% capacity in the establishment. Is that correct? Among other requirements?
It depends on when the establishment was monitored because the mayor's orders did change.
In this case, during the period that you're talking about, what was the requirement effective during that period?
It was 50% capacity.
Okay. And you can you tell me approximately how many of these instances of observation occurred prior to, let's say, 8 p.m. at night? Was it half or more than half or?
Before 8 p.m.?
Sure, yes, please.
Give me 1 minute.
That's okay. I'll withdraw the question. Mr. Garcia.
13 of the established, 13 of the monitoring was conducted before 8 p.m. out of 30.
Okay.
So it's less than half.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Moving on to your investigative history, you indicated that there were 10 separate occasions of violations of the mayor's order. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you spoke about sound violations. Can you tell us what some of the other violations were for which the applicant was cited?
Okay, as you see on the investigative history, the establishment was cited multiple times. So each instances, for example, number 1 of the investigative history on September 25th of 2020, the establishment failed to comply with the mayor's orders, but that is not limited to noise. The establishment was cited
And
for employees.
Yes.
The establishment was cited for employees not wearing masks, provided music above a conversational level, sold alcoholic beverages without requiring the purchase of at least 1 food item per party, allowing patrons to stand while consuming alcoholic beverages. All of those violations took place on September 25th of 2020 for that single complaint.
So all of those violations comprise just a single, we'll call it citation, of which there are 10, correct?
No, they're not citations. They're considered complaints.
Okay.
Each complaint, well, each CMP was considered a complaint, so a report was written, and they had to appear in front of the board.
Okay. Did Empire have their license suspended as a result of any of these complaints? Let me rephrase the question. Are you aware that Empire had their license suspended by the board from September 4th to September 18th?
Yeah, as you see in the investigative history, September 25th, 2020, the establishment's ABC license was a 60-day suspension with a 15-day stay for 1 year.
Okay. At this juncture, Mr. Chairman, I have more questions for the witness, but as I noted before, I really, I'm in a very difficult situation. I have a hard commitment here that I can't go beyond. So I'll either have to rest our case for this witness or request leave to ask a few more questions.
I'm not gonna, as I told you before, we're gonna end the board's case. I will take a break to start the applicant's, the licensee's case, but I'm not taking a break. So if you have no other questions, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any follow-up questions by any board members? Are hearing none. The board has now rested its case. It's 1 o'clock. We will be in recess till 2 o'clock promptly, and at 2 o'clock, the applicant will present its case. So we're off the record until 2 o'clock. So an hour's lunch break. So the board will log back onto the public session at 2 o'clock. Or let me ask you a question, does the board want to log on earlier to executive sessions? Would the board want to log on 15 minutes earlier for executive session? All right, we will log on promptly at 2 o'clock back to the public session.
Chairman, quick question.
Yes, Mr. Garcia.
Would I be needed?
No, Mr. Garcia.
Okay,
You are excused. Thank you very much, sir.
thank you.
All right. So we'll be back on the record at 2 o'clock. Thank you. All right, then. Bye-bye. Good afternoon. We're back on the record. All right, it's 2:04. I specifically informed the protestant that we'll be back at 2:00. I will give him 5 minutes. If he's not online in 5 minutes, I'm going to start the hearing because I took this break specifically between 1 and 2 to accommodate his schedule. And it was that you need a break between 1 and 2, and it's now 2:04. We're all back and I'm still waiting. So I'll give him till 2:10. And if he's not here at 2:10, I will be commencing this hearing. Or better yet, I believe I'll make a motion for us to dismiss his petition for failure to prosecute. Although I stated that I'll give the protestants through 2:10, I was just informed that our court reporter lost power. So if we're delayed beyond 2:10, it is not because I'm waiting for the protestant, it's because I'm waiting for the court reporter to come back on. We will resume the hearing as soon as the protestant. I'm sorry, we will resume the hearing as soon as the court reporter is back on. I know we're off the record. Mr. I know that both parties were supposed to do opening statements. Did I allow the parties to do opening statements?
No.
All right. So you can have 5 minutes to do opening statements in presenting your case prior to presenting your case, and it will not be taken away from your 5 minutes. And Mr. Stockline, you will also have 5 minutes to do an opening statement. You can either do it now or you can elect to do it when you present your case. we're in the process in trying to identify and locate another court reporter. So bear with us, please. All right, the board is going to go into executive session. I will have Ms. Andrews advise you through the chat how long it's going to be for us to locate another court reporter. Our court reporter, I was told, had lost power. Oh, I'm sorry. The court reporter is on now. It's back on, so we can continue the hearing. All right, we're back in the record. Good afternoon, everyone. We're at the stage at the case where the licensee can make an opening statement. I know that I stated earlier at the hearing that the parties would have had 5 minutes to make an opening statement before the board presented this case, but in my enthusiasm to move forward, I did not provide the parties with that ability. So Mr. Bianchi, you have 5 minutes to present your opening statement. That will not take away from the hour that you have to present your case. Each side will have 1 hour to present its case. And in presenting your case, your cross-examination will take away from your hour. So I want all parties to be aware that you have 1 hour. I will strictly abide by this timeline that you will have 1 hour to present your case. And hopefully it does not become an issue in this case. I believe, Mr. Bianco, you said that you have 2 witnesses, and Mr. Stockline stated that he only has 1 witness. So I'm hoping that both parties will use their time and that there will not be an issue in violating our order of 1 hour. So Mr. Bianco, if you want to do an opening statement, you have 5 minutes. However, that 5 minutes will not be taken from the hour that you have to present your case. You can go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anderson. Good
welcome.
afternoon. My client in this matter, Empire Lounge, is seeking renewal of its liquor license without further condition. They're located at 1909 9th Street and have been in operation since 2018. You will meet the owner, Des Negussi, who will tell you about his establishment, both the operations in the past and his intended operations for the future. Specifically, he will tell you about the measures he has taken to be a good neighbor and work with the people in the community. For example, he soundproofed his walls. When neighbors complained, he moved and reconfigured his entire sound system. He set volume warning lights so that the person playing music knows when to turn it down. He changed his trash contractors because the old trash contractors were making deliveries too early, and it was disturbing people in the neighborhood. He's also going to tell you about security procedures, and that part's going to include his voluntary participation in the Metropolitan Police Department's reimbursable detail program. And he's been very proactive in that, and he and a group of his neighbors got together and have all decided together to participate in this program. You'll hear about the character of the neighborhood at 9th and U Street, which is extremely busy, crowded, and popular as a nightlife destination for a very diverse group of customers. There's 69 establishments in proximity to Empire, one of the most densely populated nightlife areas in the city. Empire does not stand out among them as being particularly loud or large or operate particularly late. The setup and operation is typical of others in the area. Of note is that the ANC did not see fit to protest this renewal. We think that once the board has the chance to hear all of the evidence in this case, you will find that the applicant continues to be appropriate for the area and renew the license without further condition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bianca. Mr. Stockline, do you wish to make an opening statement now, or will you reserve until you present your case?
I'll reserve, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Hold on. Mr. Bianca, you have 1 hour starting now. Who's your first witness, sir?
First witness is Des Nagusi. He's the owner of the establishment.
Mr. Goosey, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Your witness, sir.
Okay. Mr. Nagusi, can you state your name and spell your last name for the board, please?
My name is Dasale Niguse. My last name is spelled as Nigusie.
And instead of calling you Dasale by your full name, is it okay if I call you Des?
That's fine.
Great. And Des, where do you work?
I work at Empire Lounge, 1909 9th Street, Northwest DC, 20001.
And what's your job there?
I'm the owner.
Okay. And how long have you operated this particular establishment?
About 3 years now.
And do you happen to know what was there at 1909 9th Street prior to Empire?
The first floor, I believe, was restaurant, and the upper floor was vacant when I moved.
And you weren't involved with that restaurant in any way, were you?
No.
Okay. Can you describe what Empire looks like?
Empire is basically a second floor and a third floor lounge where people just hang out. We serve full menu food as well. This typical lounge environment.
Okay. I'm going to show you some exhibits now. Simone, are you able to give me the ability to share my screen?
Ms. Andrews, yes, I'm here. 1 second.
Oh, okay, thanks.
In the future, Mr. Bianca, just ask me and I will ask her to give you that ability, please.
Oh, excellent, Mr. Anderson. I'm happy to do that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Bianco, you can share your screen now.
Thank you very much. All right. I am trying to do that, but it does not seem to be an option here. Bear with me for a second. I seem to be having a technical issue.
Mr. Chair, it seems like Mr. Bianco has logged off.
I did see that. Maybe when he logs back on, he will solve his technical issues. I'm sorry, I see there's a Dante Roach, and that person has appeared on the screen the entire. Who is that person?
That the other witness for Mr. Bianco.
All right, thank you, sir. All right. Are you able to call your attorney, sir, to find out what's going on?
Yes.
Sorry about that, Mr. Anderson. I got bounced out of the meeting. I just got back on. I think I fixed the technical issue. So if I
I
can,
believe, I think your client went to call you, so I see that he's offline. So I mean, he's not on the screen, but his name is on the screen.
yeah, he just did as I was getting back on, and it looks like I now have the ability to share my screen. So I'm going to be doing that, and you should now be able to see my screen.
Yes, sir, but where's your client?
Uh,
Is he back?
I believe he is. Let me just confirm that with him right now. Des, are you back on?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, I apologize for the interruption for the technical issue, but I think we can proceed now. I have
Go ahead.
I have up on the screen the protest report that there has been much testimony about, and I want to cover a couple of the exhibits that are attached to that protest report. So we're first going to go to exhibit number 4, which is on page 20. And I'm going to scroll down and put it on the screen so everyone can see. Okay. So I'm showing you what is exhibit number 4 to the protest report. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what does that show?
That is the front of Empire Lounge.
Okay. And is that how it looks today?
Yes, pretty much.
Okay. Well, what's different from this picture to how it looks today?
Looks exactly the same, except the door is changed. I changed it to the glass door.
Okay. So the door is now all glass?
Right.
Okay. So now I'm going to scroll down to exhibit 5 of the protest report. And could you tell me what that picture, what that photograph shows?
There's a stair from outside to the second floor, basically the entrance.
Okay. Is that what you see as soon as you walk in the front door?
That is correct.
Okay. So do you have any operations on the first floor of the building?
I do not.
Okay. And to the right of the staircase, you may be able to see my pointer there on the screen. What is that?
That is a security chair.
Okay. And your doorman sits there?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, could you tell me about your security at Empire Lounge? Just describe how it works for me.
Yes, pretty much. So I usually have 2 securities. One is searching people, one is checking ID, and on a busy day I have 3, 2 at the door and the 1 in floor.
Okay. Do you ever have more than 3?
Yes.
Okay.
Add 4.
Okay. And do you provide your security in-house or do you hire a private company to do it?
We do hire in-house.
In-house, okay.
Yeah.
And how many security guards do you presently have on staff?
3.
3. Okay. And how long have they been working for you?
Depends on, one is about a year, the other two are about 6 months, 3 months, I would say.
Okay. And do you have security guards every single night that you're open?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you have security cameras?
Yes.
Okay. And where are they located?
They are located inside and outside the building, all over the club, pretty much.
Okay. And how many do you have?
About 15.
Okay. And so now I'm going to ask you about the MPD, the Metropolitan Police Department reimbursable detail. Do you have any plans with respect to that program?
Yes. So actually, about 8 of the owners, we came together. We take the initiative, and we've submitted the policy schedule, what days are going to be available, all that. So it should be implemented pretty soon.
Okay. And how many officers are going to be involved? Do you know?
On a Friday and Saturday, there are about like 8, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you say the other owners, are you referring to the other owners on 9th Street?
That's correct.
Okay. So we're going to move on to exhibit number 10 to the investigative report. And could you describe what that exhibit shows?
That's the main bar you will see as you walk in directly.
Okay. And what floor of the building is that on?
The second.
Okay. And is there any seating at that bar?
Yes.
Okay. How many seats are at that bar?
I would say 8.
Okay. And is there a dance floor on the second level?
No.
Okay. And what type of seating do you have?
There's a sofa sitting with the tables.
Okay. And could you describe the tables? Are they low tables that you would serve cocktails on, or are they regular dining tables?
They're regular dining tables.
Okay. And how many sofa seats do you have on the second floor?
About 30, 35.
Okay. Now we're going to move to Exhibit 12 of the investigative report. And could you describe what that photo shows?
Yes, that is the stair that leads to the third floor.
Okay. So this is shot going down the stairs to the second floor?
Exactly, yes.
Okay. And then in this area here where I'm pointing at the top of the photograph, is that typical of the seating that you have on the second floor?
Yes.
And in this area here where I'm now pointing to the left, is that typical of the dining tables that you have?
That's correct.
Okay. So what type of seating is on the third floor of the establishment?
Pretty much similar to the main floor.
Okay, so sofa seating with dining tables.
With the dining table, yes.
Okay. And approximately how many seats do you have on that floor?
About the same, 30, 35.
Okay. And is there a dance floor on the third floor of the establishment?
No.
Okay. Do you have a DJ?
Yes.
And does the DJ work for you in-house, or do you hire out private DJs?
I have in-house DJ, and then depending on the event, we hire outside DJ sometimes.
Okay. And where is the DJ located?
That's on the second floor.
Second floor. Okay.
Yeah.
What hours are you actually open?
We open pretty much weekdays 6 to 2 a.m., 6 p.m. to 2 a.m.
And how about on the weekends?
On the weekend, we open from 1 to 3 a.m. on Saturday, and then 1 to 2 a.m. on Sunday.
Okay. How about Friday?
Friday, 6 p.m. to 3 a.m.
Okay. And what's the total occupancy you have for your establishment?
125.
Okay. Do you have any outdoor operations like a sidewalk cafe or a roof deck or a patio?
I do not.
Okay. During COVID, when temporary outdoor seating was allowed, did you take advantage of any of that?
Fortunately, no.
No. Okay. Now tell me about the establishments near you. Do any of them have roof decks or patios?
Yes, like Cortez next door, they have a rooftop right next to us. To be honest,
Okay. So the establishment right next to you, what was the name of it?
called Cortez.
Cortez. Okay.
Yep.
And their roof deck, is it on the 9th Street side of the building or is it on the rear or alley side of the building?
On the alley side.
Okay. I want to look at exhibit number, I'm going to scroll down to exhibit number 28. Actually, you know what? I'm going to skip exhibit 28. I'm going to skip over that, so I withdraw that. Do you serve food at your establishment?
We do.
Okay. And do you serve full meals or just appetizers and snacks?
We serve full meal.
Now, I'm going to show you what has been marked as applicant's exhibit number 2. If you will bear with me while I bring that up and scroll past the investigative report. Okay, here we are at applicant exhibit number 2. And I'm going to slowly scroll through that. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is our menu.
And Mr. Anderson, do you prefer that we move exhibits as we discuss them or we wait till the end?
You can move them as they're discussed.
Okay, move admission of applicant number 2.
Mr. Strickland, do you have any objection?
I do not.
So moved.
Do you have a door at the rear of your establishment?
Yes.
Okay, and where's that door?
At the back side,
Okay, what floor is it on?
on the second floor.
What is that door used for?
That door is used for delivery, pretty much delivery, otherwise stays closed. And of course, emergency exit as well.
Okay. Do customers typically enter or exit from that door?
No.
Okay. Do you keep it closed during business hours?
Yes.
Is it ever locked during business hours?
No.
Why not?
It's an emergency exit, so we don't lock it, but we keep it closed.
Okay. Where do you store trash?
We have a trash company. We put it in the trash can that the pickup. Actually, right now, the pickup 4 times a week.
Okay. I am going to scroll down to what has been marked as applicant's exhibit number 5. I just want to make sure I didn't miss. Yeah, okay. So I want to scroll down to applicant's exhibit number 5. And I know that the investigator attached a picture of the trash cans to his report, but this one's a little clearer. Do you recognize this?
Yes. Yeah.
And what is that?
That is our trash cans.
Okay. And is that typically where you store them?
That's correct.
Okay. And who's your contractor?
The call Foresters.
Okay. And did you ever switch contractors?
Yes, I used to have different before because of the noise complaint when they pick up the trash. I had to change the trash company.
Okay. And who complained about the pickup making too much noise?
The neighbor that texts me through text, and that's how I communicate to them.
Okay. Have you done anything else in the establishment to reduce noise?
I did, yeah. I changed the structure of my sound system. I used to have speakers that facing the back door. After that, I removed that speaker and subwoofer and I don't have that anymore, and it's been a while since I get a text from neighbors, to be honest, about voice complaint.
Okay. Did you do anything with the sound, with your soundboard?
We had to redo the one block of the building with the soundproof the building as well.
I'm sorry, did you say soundproofing?
Soundproof one side of the building where the sound comes out.
Okay, but how about your actual sound system? Did you do anything with that?
Yes, we change
What-
sound system and we adjust the DJ booth specifically to show me the red light when the volume turns up, and the DJ will be directed to decrease the voice of the volume of the music.
Okay, great. Move admission of applicants number 5.
Mr. Stockland, do you have any objection?
Do not.
So moved.
Now I want to go back and look at what has been marked as applicant exhibit number 4. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And what is that?
that is a back door on the second floor.
Okay. And did you change anything about that area of the building?
Yes, so we soundproof that area where you see the golden color, and we move like at the back. If you keep coming from away from the exit, there used to be a speaker. We had to remove that as well.
So in the lower left portion of this picture, there used to be a speaker,
Right.
and you
You don't
move that.
picture. It's a little back.
Okay. And the yellow on the walls here, did you say that was soundproof material?
Right.
Okay. Move admission of applicants number 4.
Any objections?
None.
So moved.
Okay, we're going to skip down to applicants number 6. And do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
That's a DJ mixer. Basically, if you look closer, there's a yellow line. That yellow line will turn red after a certain level. That's how I monitor the volume of the music.
Okay, so what do these green lights here signify?
Green lights are okay.
Okay, and then
And then
what happens if the music gets too loud?
it turns.
I'm sorry, you cut out a little bit. What did you say?
It will turn red if the music is too loud.
Okay, and how did you set that sound level to make it turn red at a certain point? What did you do?
They just basically they set up all the composition and they set it up. We tested the sound first. We went outside and see what volume is accurate to hear from outside, and we set to that level.
Okay. Move admission of applicants number 6.
Any objection?
None.
So moved.
And have you done anything else to try and work with your neighbors?
I provide them with my personal phone number. If there is any voice, regardless any issue, told them text me. It did work somehow.
Okay, and did you receive text from your neighbors?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you do in response to those texts?
The sound system I just mentioned is in response to the texts I've been receiving from my neighbors.
When's the last time you got a text message complaint from one of your neighbors?
It's been a while.
Okay, how long? A year?
I would say a year. Yes.
Okay. Could you describe what the 9th and U Street area is like on a Saturday night?
On a Saturday night, there are so many entertainment establishments, very busy and vibrant. The street. As the investigator was saying earlier, this cars double park, very busy weekend.
Okay. And have you been in the other establishments in the 9th and U area?
Yes.
Okay. And how does Empire compare to those other establishments?
A little smaller, but I don't see anything different.
Do you have a voluntary agreement?
What do you mean voluntary agreement?
A voluntary agreement with the people from the neighborhood?
Yes, I had a settlement agreement.
Settlement agreement. I'm sorry, I used the old name for it. I said voluntary agreement. Settlement agreement. Great. Do you follow it?
Yes. So the issue, the voice complaint we had is when early in business, when we start operation in 2018. If you see those timelines, probably it's within the first 6 months of that time before we insulate the wall. When the problem arises, we taking care of that problem. We never had a voice complaint after that.
And do you know how customers generally get to your establishment? Like if they want to go out to Empire, how do they get there?
Usually people take metro. There's a metro right across, and then usually people take over.
Okay. Are there any parking garages nearby?
There is one on 9th and the U Street on the right side. I believe it's 1208 9th Street.
Okay. And do you know if customers park in that parking lot?
Yes.
Okay.
We actually specifically put it on our website too.
It's on your, okay, so the parking garage is on your website. Thank you very much for your testimony, Des. Mr. Steckline may have some questions for you, and the board may as well. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Do you have any questions, sir? Mr. Stockline?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman.
Well, then go ahead, sir. Remember, this is taken away from your 60 minutes, so go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Negussi, I have a number of questions for you, but I'd like to start with reviewing what you just described regarding the sound equipment and noise abatement measures that you've taken. First of all, could you please describe specifically what you installed to, as you say, soundproof?
Yes. So I'm sorry. Did I interrupt you?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, basically there is a drywall, there is a regular drywall, and there is a drywall which is soundproof drywall. It's a double drywall basically. So we had one block of the club we had to remove, and we had to change. We had to double that drywall, which is soundproof.
Okay, that's soundproof. Does the drywall have a soundproof rating?
Yes, it does.
And what is that rating?
I can't find out, but I don't remember top of my head. It's been almost 3 years.
Okay. Do you have any idea what lies between it? Is there a barrier in between the drywall, the double drywall?
When you say barrier,
is it two sheets of drywall stuck together? You just double the thickness of the drywall?
No,
or is there something else in the drywall?
There is a basically there is a I don't know what it's called. There is stuff they put in the drive before they put in the drive. It's a soundproof by itself. There's kind of like a rubber they put in there, and then they will cover it with the drywall afterwards. It's not just drywall.
Okay. After you did you install this personally, Mr. Negussi, or did someone else install this for you?
Someone else installed for me.
Okay. And do you own the building?
I do not. I leased it.
Okay. When was this work completed?
I would say that is within 6 months of when we opened. So toward the end of 2018, beginning of 2019.
Okay. And do you know if you've received any stop work orders from DCRA related to the construction that you just described?
It's not that does not the work that require DCRA permit. It's just insulation.
Can you say that again, Mr. Negusi?
I did not, because it's just insulation work.
I'm sorry, so I just want to make sure I understand. So you were just describing that you installed new walls, meaning that you opened the walls. Is that correct?
The dry walls, not the walls.
Right.
We didn't
And
touch the base of the building. We just changed the drywall.
yeah. Are you aware that the District of Columbia requires a permit anytime that the walls are opened in a structure?
I'm going to object. It calls for a legal conclusion.
What's the nature of you? I'm sorry, Mr. Stockland.
I'd like to establish that. I'd like to know if Mr. Negusi is aware of the requirements related to the construction that he's claiming to have done.
Well, I mean, he stated that in his view, he just did drywall. He did not need.
Right. Well, Mr. Negusi actually has several stop work order pending against the establishment right now. So I just want to know if he knows about that, and I'm trying to lay the foundation before we establish that he likely does and has either ignored them or he doesn't. In which case the construction is likely inconsistent with his accounting of it.
Mr. Anderson, it's my position that the ABC board doesn't enforce DCRA regulations. If there are violations to present, I would argue relevance, but at this point, we're nowhere near that. So it's a
I'm gonna sustain the objection. Let's move on. If you want to ask him a question, ask me a question. If you have documentary evidence about the DCRA stop order, you can ask him about that. But ask him about the regulations. If he says he answered the question, so let's move on, please.
Okay. Mr. Negusi, after the installation of the soundproofing that you've described, did you have any testing done?
Yes, that's basically we ordered this sound testing equipment from Amazon. We tested the level of the music outside and we adjusted accordingly.
Okay. When you say you adjusted accordingly, what does that mean? Can you please be a little more specific?
We put our control system on the mixer I was explaining earlier.
Okay. Are you aware of the DC ordinance governing noise, which includes music volumes?
Which
called the Noise Control Act?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Are you aware of the regulations in the District of Columbia governing noise, which includes music volume?
Yes.
And do you know what those regulations require?
Yes.
Okay, and what do they require?
Basically, you have to keep the volume of the music to a certain level, and you cannot distract. Basically, you cannot distract the neighborhood, and as I believe, if I remember correctly, it's up to 10. The enforcement is up to 10 p.m.
So I just want to make sure I understand your response. So is your understanding of the District of Columbia noise ordinance requirements that any noise that any noise that's being generated from your establishment simply can't be heard? If it can't be heard outside, then that's sufficient?
Believe so, yes.
Okay. And do you know approximately what decibel levels are required under the code?
I do not. I'm sorry.
Okay. Do you have different noise level restrictions set for what music you're playing at daytime, or what volumes you are reaching during the daytime hours versus during nighttime hours?
Yeah, usually daytimes are the volume is very low versus tend to be higher during the night.
Okay, but you don't, but in terms of decibel levels, you don't know, you can't tell me what lower or higher specifically means in that context?
My
can you?
technician set it up the DJ mixer. I just tell from the live, but I don't specifically remember the numbers.
Okay. And so you testified that the soundboard, that the lights on the soundboard will turn red if they're above allowable levels. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But you don't know what those allowable levels are.
I just don't remember the numbers.
Okay. Have you instructed your managers or your supervisors about those numbers? Are
Yes.
they aware?
They're aware.
They're aware.
Yes.
Okay. Does the soundboard, what happens when the soundboard light turns red?
The DJ has to turn down the music, that way it will turn back to yellow color once the music turn it down to that level.
Okay, so there's nothing, there's no part of the system that automatically limits if the light turns red. There's no part of the system that automatically restricts the volume. You have to make that choice. Your DJ has to make that choice. Is that correct?
That is correct, but the DJs are trained for that.
They're trained for that. How are they trained for that?
They know the level when they play the music. When that turns red, they will turn down the music. Basically, that limit is fixed.
You spoke about having given your number to residential neighbors so that they can text you if the music is too loud. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And why did you give them your number?
Well, like I gave them my number because they showed up at Empire and expressed their concern to me. And I told them if there is any issue arises like this, I don't want to be inconvenienced to you. You don't have to come here. Just text me and I will take care of it. That's why I gave them my number.
Okay. So bear with me, because I'm just trying to understand. So if you installed soundproofing and you had your analyst test everything, and you're understanding DC code, and that testing is that you at the levels at which you play your music, it can't be heard outside. Why would there be any need to give your number to your neighbors so that they could text you if they can hear it in their house?
Hang on, Des. I'm going to object to that question calling for speculation. My client has no idea what's in the minds of the neighbors.
No, I'm asking Mr. Negussi why, if he just told us that based on his testing, it's impossible for noise to be heard outside, why would he feel the need? It's his opinion. It calls for no speculation. Why would he feel the need to give his neighbors his phone number?
Well, I think
Gentlemen, I'm going to overrule the objection. Answer the question if you can. This is part of the presentation that he gave his number to the neighbors. I don't know why. So I'm going to overrule the objection. He can answer the question if he can.
So I was just trying to be a good neighbor, and the concern wasn't just the music. The trash was an issue. I said I had to change the trash company after I heard from my neighbors. So if any issue arises, I want to resolve. It wasn't specifically intended for voice.
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Negussi, very much so. Why, if you want to be a good neighbor, and you went to all the trouble of installing this light system, why didn't you simply install equipment that automatically restricts the volume? Wouldn't that be easier?
It could be, but I didn't see the need because after we changed the system, it was working. I didn't get any text or any voice complaint after that for a while. It's been more than a year now.
So you're saying, am I understanding correctly, that you have not been texted by the neighbors at all since in early 2019, you installed this soundboard lighting signal?
Yeah, I don't remember the exact day, but it's been a while. Yes.
But so I'm asking you to be specific. So you have not received a single text from your neighbors about sound issues in more than 2 years?
No, a year.
Okay. So then in fact, after you installed the system, you did receive texts, just not over the past year during COVID.
As I said, it could be different issue. Could be about the trash. I might have received the text message, but I don't know specifically for voice.
Uh-huh. Okay. All right, I'm going to move on, Mr. Negussi. Do you have I believe you spoke earlier about a settlement agreement that you have in place. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And when did that agreement go into effect?
When we start open, like 2018.
Okay. And how many times have you been cited for violations of that settlement agreement?
About 10 times, if I remember correctly.
Uh-huh.
But those are within, as I said before, we soundproof it. Those are within certain range of time, but we taking care of that. After that, I didn't get any violation from Abra.
I'm sorry. Can you just? I'm sorry, Mr. Negussi, I had a hard time understanding. Could you just say that one more time for me, please?
Yeah. So those sound violations we had is during the first few months of our opening. We ran into a problem of insulation. Actually, we used to live we share a wall with the neighbor, so that's before we insulate that wall. We had that violations. If you see the time frame of the violations, those are during the few months of opening Empire. After that, we didn't get any sound violations, at least not to that frequent.
So you're suggesting that all 10 violations of the settlement agreement were noise violations? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know approximately over what span of time you were cited those 10 times?
And
how many months sit between the signing of that settlement agreement and that 10th violation? How many months passed?
I don't remember. But I know it's the first few months, but I can't give you a number.
Okay. I'd like to, I need to share the screen unless the settlement agreement has already been displayed via another exhibit.
I don't believe it has been. So, Miss Andrews, can you give him the opportunity to share his screen, please?
Sure, stand by.
Mr. Anderson, just as a housekeeping matter to keep the exhibit straight, I believe the settlement agreement is attached to the investigative report as an exhibit.
The entire,
You can share your screen.
the entire settlement agreement. I don't recall seeing it, but go ahead, please.
Yeah.
You can share your screen, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Bianco. I appreciate that, actually. It's charitable of you, and hopefully will save us all time. So I can actually just refer to the investigative report. Let me see if I can, just give me 1 second, please. Okay. Can everybody see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is the investigative report. Do you recognize this, Mr. Negussi? I realize it's kind of hard to. Here's the cover page for you.
This is the investigation report.
That's right. So, Mr. Negussi, just if you start at the bottom of this page 13, which I'm showing on my screen right now, and you work your way up, you'll be able to see the number of the 10 settlement agreement violations about which we were just speaking, and you can also see the dates. Can you please take a look at that for a second?
One number you want me from 5 to 1.
Yeah, so if you look just from let's say from 12 to line 8.
Said 12 to line 8. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What am I looking at?
Okay. So all I want to make sure, Mr. Negussi, is that you and I, in looking in that timeline, that it is accurate to say that in 6 months' time, from the date you got your settlement agreement, 6 months forward, all 10 violations occurred, correct?
That is correct.
And so I'm trying to understand. So you signed a settlement agreement and you wanted to be a good neighbor. And then within the first 6 months, you were cited for violations 10 times. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to stop sharing my screen now. I have just a few more questions. So I'd like to move on to COVID violations, the topic of COVID violations, which were discussed. Are you aware of how many violations of the mayor's COVID orders you were ultimately cited for?
No.
Okay. Were you shut down by the board at any point or suspended at all during COVID?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me when you were first shut down?
I don't remember the numbers. The numbers one is, I believe, is in.
The September 4th to September 18th sound about right?
It sound about right. Yes.
Okay. All right. And so then you opened back up. And how long were you open after September 18th? Did you remain open after that?
Yes, we are open. Well, yeah, we're pretty much open. Yeah, we've been doing deliveries and curbside pickup, but it's not regular.
Okay. And so were you ever suspended again after the 18th?
Yes.
You were. And when was that?
Again, I don't remember the exact date, to be honest.
Does
But one more,
September 25th, 1 week later, sound about right?
I don't think it was 1 week later. But again, that I don't recall the exact date, to be honest. But then you're right, but they're not far apart.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
They're not far apart.
Okay. Mr. Negussi, one last set of questions for you. Do you offer hookah at your establishment?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And do you have an exemption from the DC Department of Health to offer hookah?
We are working on that, but nobody around 9th Street has one.
So just to be clear, is it correct that you do not have an exemption from the Department of Health to sell hookah? However, you sell hookah. Is that correct?
Well, again, we are working on the exemption right now.
That wasn't my question, Mr. Negussi. I'd just like to know, so yes or no, do you sell hookah? And
We
do
do,
you
yes.
have,
Yes,
do
that's
you have an exemption from the Department of Health that allows you to be selling that hookah legally?
We
Yes
do
or no?
not.
Okay. And you're clearly aware of that. Okay. I don't think I have any more questions right now, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Any questions by any board members?
Yes.
I'm sorry, who said yes? Go ahead, Mr. Grandis.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Sir, I want to thank you for participating today, and I appreciate the insight you're giving us regarding your business. Could you just refresh maybe, because there's been a lot of information shared today, what is the occupancy for your establishment?
That's 125.
And do you have a methodology? Do you have a system on being able to maintain its 125 or less?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain that to the board?
Yes, so my security is aware. We have a counter basically. So every time a customer comes in, they count with the counter. Every time somebody leaves, they deduct the counter and update me every hour as to how many people we have in the building. That's how we monitor.
And is this a procedure that is done during the hours of operation?
That's correct.
And if I understand correctly, your establishment is not on the first floor, but it's on the second and third?
That is correct.
And is there a rooftop deck?
No.
Is there any sidewalk cafe?
No.
Is there a summer garden?
No.
So the maximum number of people in your establishment is 125.
That is correct. Yes.
And has your establishment been cited for a violation for relating to occupancy?
No.
If I understand right, looking at the investigative report, there are a number of other establishments within the block or two of you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do any of them, to your knowledge, have more than 125 people occupancy?
Can't say.
Okay, good answer. Let me think. What is your hours of operation again?
Usually on the weekdays we open from 6 to 2 a.m. except Friday we close at 3 a.m. And then Saturday is 1 to 3 a.m. Sunday is 1 to
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So you basically have legal night hours.
Right, right.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have, and I want to thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grandis. All right, any other questions by any of the board members? Mr. Bianca, any redirect?
None.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Bianca, you have 37 minutes left, and Mr. Stockline, you have 30, okay, Mr. Bianca, you have 37 minutes, 29 seconds, and Mr. Stockline, you have 37 minutes, 17 seconds. Okay, so everybody know how much time they have moving forward. All right, do you have another witness, Mr.
Yeah.
Bianca?
Yes, we have one more witness, Dante Roach.
Mr. Roach,
Yes.
do you have a camera? I've seen you have been, do you have a camera, sir? If you don't, that's fine.
I've been on this call for a while and my battery's low, so I turned to audio only mode.
Well, you have been without a camera the entire time because I've seen your name and I was wondering who was that person on the phone, but that is fine, sir. Can you raise your right hand, please, sir?
Yes.
Yes. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yes, meaning I do, which
Yes,
all
I
right.
do. I do.
All right, thank you. You're a witness, sir.
Thank you very much. Could you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Dante Roach. It's DONTE ROACH.
Okay. And are you familiar with Empire?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with it?
I go there probably 2 or 3 times a week.
Okay. And why do you go to Empire?
Because I enjoy the environment. I obviously smoke hookah and drink and chill with my friends to lounge.
And do you ever eat there?
Yes, I do.
How often?
Probably like twice, sometimes 3 times a week.
Okay.
When
Go ahead. You could finish your answer. I didn't mean to cut you off.
yeah, I said when I go there, for the most part, I eat there.
Okay. Is the food good?
Yes.
Do you ever notice other patrons eating as well?
Yes, I do.
Okay. How often?
All the time.
What can you tell me about the crowd that goes to Empire?
It's a pretty good crowd. Chill, not too rowdy. I mean, I have a good time there. I never had a problem with anybody there, and I've been going there for 2 years.
Okay.
And that's about it.
All right. What about the age? Is there anything you could tell me about sort of the average age of the establishment's patrons?
The age range, it differs kind of because some days, it's a younger crowd, and then some days it's kind of older crowd.
Okay.
But the age range could be from anywhere from 21 to 35.
What can you tell me about the security of the establishment?
Security's pretty cool. They do their job. I mean,
Well, do you feel safe when you go there?
yeah, very safe. I've been going there for 2 years. I wouldn't go there if I didn't.
Okay. And in the 2 years that you've been going there, have you ever witnessed any instances of violence inside the club?
I have never witnessed anything inside the club, but
How about out on 9th Street? Have you ever seen any violence out there?
yeah, I mean, it's 9th Street. It's a lot of bars and stuff up and down there. So you will see some fights or people arguing and stuff and like that. But I have never seen none of that inside of Empire.
Okay. Do you ever go to any of the other establishments in the 9th and U intersection?
Been all of them.
Okay. Why do you go to Empire so frequently?
The employees, the most part, I'm comfortable there, and I like the environment.
And how does Empire compare with the other bars and restaurants along 9th and U?
Well, they pretty much all the same. They pretty much do the same, have the same type of like establishment, kind of like, because it's hookah, drinks, bar, lounge type of area. I just go there because of, like I said, the people that's there.
Do you know if Empire is any larger or smaller than the neighboring establishments?
Not really. I think they're all pretty much like around the same size. If
Can you describe what the 9th and U Street intersection is like on a weekend night?
crowded,
Okay.
very busy.
Okay. What do you notice about traffic?
Um, I don't really notice the traffic being bad. I mean, it's normal traffic to me.
Okay. How about the noise level?
It's the same. I don't. It's really pretty much like it's just outdoor noise, maybe, but that's not in the establishment. So I mean, I don't think it's establishments because I don't hear music like playing out. You know what I'm saying? When I'm outside, I only hear
And
the music and stuff when I go inside. So
do you ever notice more noise coming out of Empire than the neighboring establishments?
no.
Do you live in the area?
Yes, I do.
Okay. About how far away do you live from Empire?
Like 7 to 10 minutes away.
Okay. And how do you get there when you go?
Um, I,
Mr. Roach?
I guess Mr. Roach was serious when he said his phone was low.
Yeah, I hope that's not what happened. Let me try to raise him via text, and I have his email as well. I've tried to reach him by call, text, and email. I'd like to give him a few minutes. I realize it's running against my time, but I'd like to get.
I have paused the phone. This is a technical issue which is beyond your control. So I have paused. Did you call him?
I did, and
it went to voicemail, right?
It did directly to voicemail. Yes, sir.
So his phone died.
hello.
Oh, he's back. All right.
Back.
Okay.
I'm back. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Excellent.
All right.
All right. So when you go to Empire, how do you generally get there, Mr. Roach?
Sometimes I Uber, I drive sometimes, and then sometimes I ride the public scooters, the electric ones.
And do you have friends that you go to Empire with?
Yes.
And how do they get there?
Same way sometimes. Most of them probably drive or Uber.
Okay. And based on your experience with Empire and the neighboring establishments, do you think that Empire is good or bad for the neighborhood?
I think it's good. I mean, I don't have a problem with it.
Okay. Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Roach. I don't have any additional questions for you, but Mr. Steckline likely will, and the board will as well. So I'm going to turn you over to them.
Okay.
Mr. Steckline, your witness, sir.
Mr. Roach, keep this very short. I appreciate your time. Were you in attendance at Empire at any point this weekend, this last weekend, so June 18th through the 20th?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me when you were at Empire?
Friday and Sunday.
Okay, sorry. If you could just be a little more specific for me, because I know that, you know, the Saturday night turns into Sunday morning. So could you just tell me which you know, hours approximately?
You said what hours?
Yeah, between
Okay.
June
Friday,
19th and June 20th. So Saturday and Sunday of last weekend. Was that the
Friday I
night
was
that you're
there.
referring to that you were at Empire?
Yes.
Okay.
Friday
And
I was there. Hello?
so we'll just, you know, we'll just cut to the
Yeah,
chase. So did
Friday I
you
was
observe?
there.
Okay, thank you. Did you observe during the time that you were president at Empire, between June 19th and June 20th, right? So that Saturday night into the morning on Sunday, did you observe any kind of altercations inside or outside of Empire?
No, I didn't.
Did you observe a shooting outside of Empire?
No, I didn't.
Are you aware of MPD responding to a shooting outside of Empire at approximately 3:54 a.m. on Sunday morning, June 20th?
I'm going to object as to relevance. This witness doesn't have any firsthand knowledge. She's asking about an MPD response, yet has no MPD witnesses.
I'm gonna overrule. I'm gonna overrule the objection. It's just if he knows, he knows. You ask him if he was there. He said he was there on Friday and Saturday. If he knows about an incident, he can testify. If he doesn't know about it, he can say he doesn't know. We can move on.
He actually said Sunday at 3:54. I was not there at 3:54.
Let's move on. That's the next.
Thank you, Mr. Roach. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Roach, since I can't see you, I just have one question for you. You talked about there's a younger and an older crowd that goes to this establishment. So which one of the buckets do you fit in, sir?
I'm 33 years old.
That still doesn't tell me which one of the buckets, and that's because I still don't know. I'm sorry, sir.
I probably fit in both buckets. I guess because I'm around it a lot, so I don't consider myself being old, but I'll be with the older crowd if you go by my age.
All right, sir. Are you employed by Empire Lounge, sir?
No, I'm not.
Are you related to the owner, sir?
No, I'm not.
Are you related to anyone who works at this establishment, sir?
Not at all.
All right, thank you. Any questions by any other questions by any board members?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to have
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Good afternoon, Mr. Roach.
How you doing?
Hey. Good afternoon, Mr. Roach.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Roach, has the health emergency during the COVID-19 period affected you any at all?
You mean has the COVID affected me? Like, have I ever had COVID, or what you mean by that?
Has it altered your lifestyle any?
Yes.
In which ways? Can you explain that, your answer?
It altered my lifestyle drastically because working from home with my kids, even when I go out, the protocols you got to follow, money wise, everything.
Okay, well, let me ask you this question. So how long have you been a regular customer of this establishment?
For 2 years.
For 2 years. So that was during the period of time during the health emergency, correct?
Yes, correct.
Yes. When you visited Empire, did you follow the mayor's directives about mask wearing and all those other issues surrounding the mayor's order on keeping people safe?
Yes.
Did you ever observe anyone inside Empire without a mask on?
Not to my knowledge.
Not to your knowledge. So are you aware that Empire was cited many, many times because when the investigators from Arbor went in, they found people without masks, people not practicing the spacing. So during your 2 years in and out, and you say pretty close to you, you've never seen any of that when you were in Empire.
No.
Were you aware that Empire was cited because of that?
No, it was not.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Mr. Bianco, do you have any follow-up any follow-up questions based on the questions that were asked by the board?
No, I don't.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe you asked if other board members had any questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I did. I apologize, Mr. Grandis. Do you have a question? Do you have a question?
Yes. I have one question.
What is that,
Mr.
sir?
Roach, I want to
Yes.
thank you for your time today and thank you for your expert testimony. But my one question is, what is your favorite meal there?
They have a Cajun pasta, chicken pasta that they have there. That's my favorite meal.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Grandis. Any other questions by any other board members? And because there was another question, Mr. Bianco, I guess, do you have a follow-up question based on the question that Mr. Grandis asked?
No, that question really said it all. Thanks. The applicant rests.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bianco. Mr. Roche, thank you for your testimony. You can either stay on or you're free to go. So that's your call, sir. All right.
Okay.
Mr. Stockline, you have 5 minutes. You can do a opening statement if you so desire. And once you've done your opening statement, you have 34 minutes, sir, to present your case. Do you wish to have an opening statement?
I will waive the opening statement, Mr. Chairman, and I think that I hope that this will be pleasing to everyone involved. We have no witnesses to present, and we'd be pleased to move on to closing statements.
All right, well, thank you for that, sir. All right, so, hold on. All right, Mr. Bianco, are you ready for closing, or do you want to take a short recess?
I think I'm game to try to wing it here. Mr. Anderson, I will take a shot at my closing statement.
All right, then you have 5 minutes, sir.
Excellent. Mr. Anderson, members of the board, the protestant's whole case here is nothing more than the record that has been before you on numerous occasions. Essentially, they point to the investigative history and say, look, this place is not good for the neighborhood. But, the fact is that the board has considered these violations in the past and has not taken action beyond the action stated in the investigative history. This board has not revoked the establishment's license, although the board was able to do so in consideration of those violations. What the protestants are asking you to do here is essentially the same thing that you decided not to do earlier on consideration of the same record. They are asking you to impose the death penalty on this particular restaurant and not renew their license and take this family-owned business, close it, and remove Mr. Negusie's ability to earn a livelihood at the tail end of the pandemic. My client, on the other hand, in earnest, has tried to operate his establishment in a manner that not only complies with the law, but in cooperation with his neighbors. You heard the testimony here today about the soundproofing he installed, about the moving of speakers, about the expense he went through in changing his audio configuration, changing his cost contractors, the security procedures that he put in place, and something that other establishments sort of avoid like the plague, which is the MPD RDO program. He has voluntarily embraced it. He's not being required to do it by his security plan or his voluntary agreement. He actively went out and organized with his neighbors to make this neighborhood that he operates in more safe. Because at the end of the day, that's what he wants. Having an environment that's unsafe is bad for business, and that is not what he wants. He wants to work cooperatively with his neighbors. He wants to run a good, clean business at 9th and U, which is a very challenging environment. You have 69 establishments there. Testimony that you heard has been consistent throughout, that it is loud, it is rowdy, it is crowded, there is traffic. And as one of 69 establishments, Empire Lounge does not exacerbate that environment in any meaningful way. And you haven't heard any evidence here today from the protestants to suggest that that is the case. As I noted at the outset, and I think, again, is worth underscoring here in my closing, is that the ANC is conspicuously absent here. The ANC are the elected officials charged with the responsibility of safeguarding the neighborhood in the context of ABC licensure. They didn't see fit to protest. Mr. Steckline's organization, they're not here. Mr. Steckline's here, and evidently the witnesses, the 5 or 6 witnesses he named to come here and testify about the impact on the peace, order, and quiet of the neighborhood couldn't be bothered to come. How much do they really care about what this establishment is doing? We have one person fighting this battle against an establishment that is a family-owned business in the neighborhood. We ask that, based on the record before you, you find that the establishment meets the appropriateness standard, does not adversely impact the peace, order, and quiet of the neighborhood, and the license should be renewed without restrictions beyond those set forth in their existing settlement agreement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bianco. Mr. Stockline, please. You have 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I appreciate your time and consideration. Also appreciate your flexibility earlier in the day. A lot of what Mr. Bianco said is not wrong. And I want to be very blunt and very clear about why I'm here, why our association saw fit to continue this all the way through to a protest hearing, and why we're appealing to you yet again in a very similar way to the ways we've appealed to you recently and in other proceedings. The testimony that you've heard today establishes an extensive pattern of and repeated behavior that flouts your authority. It flouts the authority of the Department of Health. It flouts the mayor's authority. And our question really to all of you who are in a position to stop that is, how much is enough? Now, contrary to Mr. Bianco's suggestion, we're not seeking the death penalty. Ultimately, we would be pleased with some kind of resolution that imposes real consequences and that allows our resident members to live in proximity to Mr. Negusi's establishment, to allow Mr. Negusi's patrons to continue to patronize the establishment, and have the Cajun fettuccine and enjoy the old and the young crowd, but to do it without having to beg Mr. Negusi via text every time their 6-month-old is woken up, or they hear gunshots outside their door. And simply because we couldn't bring MPD to bear fast enough, to flesh out the shooting, or because we couldn't locate the school teacher mother who moved away, in fact, in part because they couldn't find any reprieve from the worsening situation, doesn't mean that these things aren't happening, right? And the record before you demonstrates that clearly. 10 violations of a settlement order within 6 months of signing it. That's the period when an establishment ought to be most interested in compliance. This is one of the most cited businesses for COVID violations in the District of Columbia. And a $1,000 fine isn't going to change their behavior. Mr. Bianco gets $2,500 just for appearing here for 5 minutes. That is not a deterrent. So, we at some point, you also heard from Mr. Negusi, knowingly, he knows the the Department of Health's restrictions and prohibition on hookah, and he knowingly continues to sell it. That's maybe the best evidence of all. And Mr. Negusi pays attention to the laws that work for him when they work for him, and only if residents have badgered and begged him enough to turn the eyes of the authorities so that he has to respond. That's not how this system is set up. The system is set up so that when an applicant is seeking a renewal, the burden is on them to establish why they deserve it. And that's not the situation. So, I'll conclude by saying we're asking for this board's help. We're asking for some kind of resolution where, if there is repeated continued pattern of disregard for the law, that it has real consequences. That's it. We rest.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland, for your presentation today. Thank you, Mr. Bianca, for your presentation. Now, do the parties wish to file proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law, or wish to waive that?
For the applicant, I prefer to waive. I will certainly waive if Mr. Steckline does.
I'm getting married next week, so I will gladly waive.
Deal.
Well, I think, Mr. Bianca, you need to say congratulations to Mr. Steckline because that's less work for you. I know that as attorneys we get paid, but sometimes we don't necessarily want the extra work. So, all right. Thank you. I want to thank the parties for that. The record is now closed. All right. Hold on, please. The board will issue a decision, I believe, in 90 days. As chairperson, hold on, please. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 20 PRO 00015 Empire Lounge, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2574B4 of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 20 PRO 00015 Empire Lounge for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2574B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato.
Mr. Cato, I second the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Mr. Cato. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess this proceeding to hold a closed meeting in the ABC Board Conference Room pursuant to Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act. Again, I would like to thank everybody for their active participation today, and this case is now concluded. I will now close the record officially, if you give me another minute so I can officially close the record, please. As chairperson of the Alcohol and Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on June 30th, 2021, for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for June 30th, 2021, as published in the DC Register on June 25th, 2021. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 5-0, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will hold this aforementioned closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar and ABRA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We are now adjourned for the day. I would like to thank the board members for their active participation today. And I would like to thank the public for those who have stayed with us all day for this hearing. Thank you for your participation. I now direct the board members to move to executive session for further development. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. And congratulations, Mr. Steckline, honestly.
Thanks. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.